Morgy! It's Riku! They put bugs in him!
What?
Wow, I haven't seen you guys since last year. Isn't that crazy? What the hell? Everything different now. Hi. Hello. Welcome to 2023, everyone. Today is the 4th anniversary of the stream. Isn't that fucked up? That's like 40% of an entire decade. And next year it'll be 5, so I'll actually have to do something other than sit and talk about last year. That's fine. We did the Bucks-a-thon for the 3rd anniversary. Could do something similar. We'll see. But hello, everyone. Hello. I'm Morgan, if you forgot somehow. I haven't streamed in 2 months. Technically, I streamed right at the end of November, but that lasted 30 minutes because my internet wasn't having it. And then I got really demotivated, and I realized I burned myself out really hard. So now I'm back after 2 months, basically. I finished Sonic Frontiers and Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then I fucked off. I think it was one of those things that I had to do, because 2022, and maybe this is jumping the gun a little bit, because we haven't talked about, like, individual streams and playthroughs and stuff yet. I kind of reached further than I was really able to. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being a little ambitious, you know. I am the kind of person who loves amateur hour projects that have more ambition put into them than the creator is really able to do. But it was definitely one of those things where, like, 2022 was a very transitional year for me. I am now a college graduate, I have a job, and I was trying to balance work, life, hobbies, streaming, and just... I had such an unhealthy balance of it that entire, like, second half of the year. And it took me a bit to really find my ground with all of it again. And now I'm back to being like, wait, video games are fucking awesome. And the past couple of weeks I've been like, man, I really can't wait to go back to streaming. But I didn't want to do it too fast, because I had a tendency of coming back to streaming, and then I got demotivated within a week, and then I stopped again. That has been that was a recurring pattern towards the end of the year, and I did not want to follow through with that happening again. So I'm gonna, like, this year, more than any other year, I'm gonna take it easy. I'm not looking back. That's gonna raise some interesting things later, but I'm just gonna try and move forward. I'm gonna try and keep things chill. And we're gonna have a little bit of fun. Since I am still working the same job, and I work night hours, do not expect me to stream, like, 5 times a week. Unless I can get myself out of bed, because I really would like to do a couple morning streams every now and then, but as of right now, like, expect, like, 3 streams a week. And if my schedule stays the same for work, expect, like, Tuesday through Thursday would be the stream dates. This was a special day. I took off of work specifically for this. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But this was the year where I can't really say if I streamed the least, because I feel like I streamed a lot, but a lot of the streams, like, fell under because of technical difficulties. I had to take I had to take a break, like, after the Bucks-a-thon happened. I had to take a break in the summer. I took the break at the end of the year. It was, like, when I was streaming, I was doing it, like, a decent amount, but there were a lot of gaps. So things got a little weird, but why don't we talk about each and every single one? Why don't we go down memory lane? And then, fuck, wait, I forgot to bring up the tier list! I fucking forgot. Sorry. God, I knew I forgot something. Anyways. OBS is loving this tier list being loaded up. Oh my god. It's really, really revealing to me how much shit I've streamed, huh? I mean, just look at all this. I'm not gonna be ranking this, but, like, I'll do both. Primarily, this tier list is gonna be about, like, what I think of the game, but I'll also tell you generally what I think of the stream. I don't think I'm gonna rank them based on streams. Because maybe I had a good game that had, like, an eh stream, or maybe I had a bad game that had a really good stream. So I don't think it's fair for me to rate it based on that. Plus, if I say any of my streams are F tier, it would really mess with my egotistical nature. I just couldn't stomach doing that. All of my streams are good, even the bad ones. But we started the year in an interesting way. I just started it right off with Final Fantasy VII. And I would say, like, Final Fantasy VII was, like, the major thing this year. I did the original Final Fantasy VII, and I did Final Fantasy VII Remake. I didn't get to Crisis Core, but I'll talk about that later. God, Final Fantasy VII was a good stream. Like, actually, like, Final Fantasy VII, the original, might be the combination of, like, really good, like, stream playthrough. I feel like we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of good chats. And also, just, like, what a fucking wonderful game. Final Fantasy VII, you could probably, like, some people would probably argue, oh, it's kind of overrated. It's, like, a little outdated feeling. But, like, it's fucking good is the thing. It's fucking dope. And, like, it's not gonna be S+. S+ is, like, a very, very specific, like, it has to be, like, something I've cherished all my life. But it's the easy S. Where the fuck is it? Shit, where is it? It's in this bottom part. I know that much. If any of you see Final Fantasy VII, you have to yell where it is. We're playing Blue's Clues. Where the fuck did I put Final Fantasy VII? Am I crazy? I cannot find this. Cloud is in the bottom row. Oh, that's FF7 Remake. Where the fuck did I put the original? Wait, did I forget to put in Final Fantasy VII, the original? That would be crazy if true. But also, all of this stuff would be older. Did I actually forget? Wait, you see it above Parappa? Oh shit. Where was Parappa? Near the middle? Oh my god, there it is. Okay. S tier for Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is a fucking fantastic game. And I, like, in terms of streams, I really enjoyed it. It might be one of my favorite long playthroughs I've done. I don't think it would be the favorite. I think Brilliant Diamond might still have it beat. But I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII was fucking fantastic. Mad Rat Dead was interesting. As a game, really solid. I think it's a fun rhythm platformer. Which, it's a really interesting concept. The story is very nice. You have the Rat God. She's there. Yeah, Mad Rat Dead is good. And I would probably, like, the stream was interesting to do. Experimenting with rhythm game streams, because with rhythm games, like, if you're fucking talking over it, it's so much harder to do. Do you know how much harder a rhythm game is when you have to pay attention to speaking? But Mad Rat Dead's a pretty solid experience. Would I put it in A or B? I don't know. It was really fun. I don't know if I'm over the moon about it, but it's a fun game. You can't read chat, but you can talk no issue when playing rhythm games. Not me. The sound of my own voice, like, fucks with my sense of rhythm. I was still doing it. I still did it anyways. But it was a little more fucked up as a result. Did I game over during the Mad Rat Dead stream? I feel like I might have lost to the final boss once. But I don't remember. This shit happened like a year ago. I can only remember so much. Alright, where was Mad Rat Dead? That's a good question. Mad Rat Dead? Oh my god, this is such a fucking disaster. Very last column. Mad Rat Dead. Is that an A or a B game? I don't know. It's, B. B. It's good. It's good. B is still good. And I would even say it's like high B, bordering on A. But it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. I recommend it. It wouldn't necessarily be the highest recommendation, but I would recommend it. But yeah, Mad Rat Dead was a pretty fun playthrough. It was an interesting experiment. Pokemon Platinum Warp Randomizer? Man, I fucking love Warp Randomizers. I don't know if they've made any more. I'll just talk about both Warp Randomizers, because we also touched on the Heart Gold Soul Silver Warp Randomizer. Warp Randomizers are really fun in Pokemon, and I hope that I get to play more this year. I hope someone makes one for, like, Black and White, and Black and White 2. Because that could be fucking fun as hell. Oh god, what if you warp to the Dream World? They'd probably have to take that out. Because that doesn't seem like that'd work. I'm not gonna rate Platinum individually, because this is like a mod. But the Warp Randomizers I played, they're really fun. They're also like a little on the, how do I say? What do I say? They kind of all have the same strategy. And maybe this is something I could fix if I put it in like a double randomizer, like I randomized all the encounters and also all the warps, which I saw Picaspri do, and I thought that was an interesting idea. But the strategy of most warp randomizers is try and find a legendary as soon as possible, and then sweep through gym leaders and Elite Four members. Oh wow, do you guys want to go dogehype.com? But personally, I don't know. I feel like if you guys want a promotion of your channel and viewers, plus followers, plus views, plus chatbots, I got this cool website that I think you guys are gonna want to see. Now this is one of my favorite websites, and it really offers everything a Twitch streamer could want. Anyways, warp randomizers are cool. I hope to do more of them if more come out. If they have come out, I haven't heard of them. Or maybe that's on me. Maybe there's already more for other games. I would be very surprised if there's not one for Fire Red Leaf Green out already. Project Diva, I only did one part of, and one guy was like weird in chat. So I never streamed it again. But Project Diva is cool. It's a cool game. That I would put in the A tier. I think Project Diva is a better rhythm game than Mad Rat Dead. Well, why would you want that? What if it gives you a virus? But yeah, I probably would have streamed Project Diva more if the first stream I did of it didn't have like a weird guy in chat. Because then after that I was like, okay. So I could stream Project Diva again and like have a good time playing it, but I could also risk a weird guy in chat. There are just some games where if you play them and you're like a low viewer streamer, some guys will just come in and be like, I'm gonna do the world's funniest comedy routine. And then it's, like, the most basic, like, jokes you've ever heard in your life. Like, guys, I don't know if you guys knew this. You're playing Super Mario 64. Have you ever thought about if the drugs in Mario were mushrooms? I feel more confident saying all this shit, also. I gotta be honest, guys, I'm on, like, a anti-anxiety med now. So, this year, I'm just gonna be saying more shit. I'm gonna be living my true self. Yeah, I have a twisted form of dark humor. You have to have a very high IQ to understand the joke of the drugs in Mario mushrooms. Alright? But yeah, they're doing their work. I felt less anxious. I've been getting off my ass more and doing things instead of worrying about it. Thank you, Michael, for the follow. I'm glad to be on them. I'm glad to be on them because anxiety, genuinely, more than anything else, the anxiety was the hardest thing for me to deal with when it came to streaming. Part of the reason why I kept constantly getting burned out and taking breaks, like, yeah, I was dealing with a lot of tech stuff, but it was just like, I felt this, like, sort of shame. Like, I thought I was, like, embarrassing myself online, because I would get myself so riled up about these streams, and then it would turn out, like, because of a tech difficulty, or just, like, other factors. So, being on, like, anti-anxiety meds it's nice. I mean, I was a little nervous putting on this stream, but it wasn't like all my worst fears were manifesting. It wasn't like I was thinking, oh my god, what if I start streaming and, like, everybody tells me to die? What if I start streaming and everybody says, Morgan, we always hated you? Like, that shit doesn't happen. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Why would you even say that? Come on. Grow up. Is that really your last follow ever? Also, Michael? Well, welcome to the permanent follow. I forgot I did a part of Mario Golf Super Rush. Mario Golf Super Rush is just alright. That's a C-tier game. It's not bad. But it's also, like, not that good. Who said you were gonna keep following? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can ban me, but you can't stop me from causing the final days. Perfect thing to say when this music starts playing. Where the fuck is Mario Golf Super Rush in this mess? That's going in the C tier, though, because they added Shy Guy, though. They did add Shy Guy, though. Last column. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it's, like, okay. It feels pretty bare and kind of cheap a little bit. It's, like, maybe the least production values I've seen a Mario game have. You know what I mean? Like, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash is, like, a game that's, like, it has, like, maybe 5 minutes of content. But even that feels, like, less cheap. Mario Golf Super Rush feels extremely cheap. Like, something about Mario Golf Super Rush feels like they had, like, $5 of a budget. There's just not a lot of flair to it. There's not a lot of swag to it. It's okay, though. It's an okay golf game. You could do worse. If you get it on sale for, like, 20 bucks. Not terrible. Ninjala! I played more Ninjala. And I meant to play more. I even got the Battle Pass. And then I didn't play any more Ninjala. Ninjala's fun, though. It's pretty good. Maybe not my favorite of the recurring cast of, like, never-ending streams, but Ninjala's alright. It kinda does look like the Battle Pass. That shit looks like the Battle Pass. But yeah, Ninjala's alright. That's like a solid B tier also. I have to find that also. That's gonna be a fucking mess to find. There it is. You like the Ninjala streams because when the small fan base drops in, you're like, aw. Yeah, that's something I can say. The Ninjala fans who, like, watched those Ninjala streams, they were so fucking nice. I have maybe the nicest small community I've ever run into. Like, just a very, like... Every time I did a Ninjala stream, like, people were, like, extremely kind. Nobody was, like, weird. It was nice. And, like... It was a little weird having people, like, thank me, like, thanks for playing our small game, and it's like, no problem, I just did it because I wanted to have a good time. At least the second and third time around. First time, we thought the game was gonna be shit, and then we looked real stupid. I hate when I play games thinking they're gonna be bad, and then they're fun. Fuck's sake. Can I tell you guys, Fire Emblem Engage just, like, came out, and, like, the entire time while they were marketing that game, I thought it was gonna be fucking dog shit, and then, like, I read all the leaks, and I was like, wait, this actually sounds, like, fun as fuck, and basically exactly what I'd want right now. It pissed me off! Every single time I've gotten a Fire Emblem game pegged wrong. When Fates came out, I thought that game was gonna be fucking awesome. That speaks for itself. I have to say nothing else. Hello, Chromatrice. Welcome. Fire Emblem Echoes, I thought I wasn't gonna like because I wasn't a huge fan of Gaiden. One of my favorite games in that entire series. Three Houses I thought was gonna be shit, and then it was the Fire Emblem game that everybody was getting into. I think the only reason we thought the game was going to be bad wasn't gameplay, but something to do with character customization? Maybe. I don't remember the exact reasons. I think it was just one of those things where it was like, haha, this game got, like, put in a Nintendo Direct and then, like, nobody played it. Like, easy joke, haha. I'm not a very graceful person. I admit my flaws. I like to punch down. And that is... Maybe I don't like to punch down as much anymore, actually. I feel like having those experiences kind of matured me a bit, where I don't like to punch down as much on, like, smaller... Well, no, that's not true. I was literally making fun of Babylon's Fall with my friends earlier today. I was literally, we spent, like, 10 minutes shitting on Babylon's Fall for a bit. So actually, I haven't matured at all. I'm the same person I was. To be fair though, yeah, Platinum Games deserves it a little, and when we checked how many people were playing it, it was like 3 people. Alright, Ninjala had, like, I could always consistently get into games. There were always a decent amount of people playing. If I jumped into Babylon's Fall, I may be the only person online. And yeah, Platinum Games deserves it a little. I didn't stream it, because I didn't buy it. I think that if I bought and streamed Bayonetta 3, like, I would have come out of that stream being so pissed off. I would have thought that shit sucked ass. Selfishly, I'm glad the Helena Taylor stuff happened, so I never felt the urge to buy Bayonetta 3. I'm not glad it happened because, it seems like it's just gonna make things harder for voice actors when they say, like, hey, we don't get paid well. Because she really had to, like, I still cannot fathom what her motivations was with that whole debacle. Like, what? I guess it was one, like, I guess if she wanted to just, like, go to the theater, then, like, burning the bridge to potentially get some good publicity is, like, whatever. I mean, definitely, like, she miscommunicated. Like, she said that she was offered $4,000 flatly, and didn't specify that that was what she was offered as a cameo deal. Or was it 2,000? I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head. That entire deal just sucked, and I can only hope that it doesn't, like, discourage more voice actors from talking about, like, hey, voice actors don't really get treated that well in multiple industries, not just games, but in, like, anime and stuff like that. I hope it doesn't discourage them from like, speaking up about it, and I hope it doesn't, like, make people go, like, oh, I bet you're, like, another Helena Taylor. I see, I see. Anyways, the true loser of that entire debacle is Kamiya, because he made himself look like a fool on Twitter for no real reason. He could have just said, like, oh, well, we actually offered her more, but she declined. She gave us, like, she told us, like, I think she wanted, like, 100,000 plus. Which, listen, chase the bag? I would imagine it would be very hard to get a deal for any game for, like, 100,000. I feel like you would have to be, like, a very, like, big voice actor to, like, get the bag like that, you know? But he didn't say that. Instead, he said, follow my rules. All people who do not follow the rules will be eliminated. You have been warned. He had all the cards on the table. He had a full house in his hand. And you know what he did? He folded when he just lost all his cash. Like, what are you doing, man? He went from one of the most respected names in the industry in one night. And then he lost it all on, like, something, like, the easiest battle he could have won. He literally could have just said, like, oh, we actually offered her more. And then she gave us an offer that was a little too much for us. How do I log into FuckWeb? Yeah, everybody just came out of that situation looking bad. I have like, it's such a, and like, going back to the actual game, Bayonetta 3, I am so fucking sad that that ending just kind of sucks. And it doesn't even suck because it's like, oh, Bayonetta is like a hetero now. What the hell? The problem is that in every other game, like, Luca is like kind of a loser who chases after Bayonetta, and it's like, he could never have her because that's fucking obvious. Bayonetta would need someone on her level if she was gonna settle down. Luca is not that. And everything I read, like, seemed like that ending was not deserved at all. Like, having them have a romantic dip into hell. Like, come on. Grow up. No, I didn't drop it in dirt. Grow up. How did I talk about... We were talking about Ninjala? How did we get to this? Anyways. Yeah, she had Jean. Like... If they had introduced, like, a new love interest, fine, whatever, it probably... Like, they maybe wouldn't have pulled it off as gracefully as if they just confirmed Jean and Bayonetta. But, like, It would have been less bad than them taking, like, a character like Luca and hooking them up. Again, like, Bayonetta has, like, Bayonetta is definitely, like, canonically bisexual. I feel like a lot of her dialogue and a lot of the stuff she does in the games is, like, she's bi. I don't think she's bi for Luca, though. That's all I think. Oh, Babylon's Fall. Yeah, we were talking about Babylon's Fall. Okay, I remember the train of thought now. Anyways, Minecraft. I wanted to play on BalgoCraft more, but my computer couldn't really handle it. And that's the Minecraft story. Minecraft is fun. It's like a A-tier game. Maybe I'll play more of it at some point. I definitely could. I've become more kind to Minecraft. I feel like I probably would have put it like high C, low B before. Minecraft's good. I definitely will. I definitely will play more Minecraft. Hell yeah. Oh, Inscription. God, that's another, like, really good playthrough, I feel. Thinking back to Inscription, that's a strong contender for favorite playthrough of the year. Actually, I cannot believe I did, like, Final Fantasy VII and Inscription at the same time, because both of those playthroughs are, like, so good. Inscription's really good, and it was a really fun stream. You know what the problem is? Because I can just say, yeah, that shit ruled. That's all I can really say. It's easier to dunk on something. Or if I have something more interesting to say. But really, all I have to say is Inscription is an awesome game and you should try it. Maybe not S tier for me. I'd put it high A, though. It's definitely like a high A. Inscription's really good. Say something about PO3. When I did that stream, I was, like, more annoyed about PO3 than I needed to be. He was kind of like a little shit. He is gay. There it is. Thank you. Sebastian is my strongest warrior. PO3 is kind of funny, though. He is kind of funny. I forgot I did Portal. It's Portal. See, because I forgot I streamed that, I'm like, I don't even remember it that much, really. It's a good game. It's a good, solid game. It's like a couple hours long at most. Portal 2 is the better game. But I mean, that's obvious. Portal 1's still a great game, though. I would even say it's like high B. High B for sure. Isaac Repentance. Every single... like, Isaac is fun as fuck. Isaac is the first S tier that I played this year in terms of, like, games. I spent so much time playing Isaac Repentance. Isaac Repentance is the single most played game on stream. And for good reason. I mean, it's just a lot of fun. And there's a very specific series related to Isaac that I could talk about. And I will, when we get to it. What else? Tier Maker. Oh, man. What are my thoughts on tier lists? Tier lists are fun. Tier lists are fun. That's it. Alright. Alright. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. One of the big event streams of the year, or series of streams. The Buxathon. The Buxathon is the best and worst thing I ever did. It is some of my favorite streams I've ever done. It is also partially responsible for why 2022 was so fucked up for me. let's talk about it a little bit. So, preparation for the Buxathon. The Buxathon was something I was planning for, like, I think a couple months. I was, like, thinking, like, before I went back to my final term of school, I was like, I want to raise money to be able to afford more computer stuff. Because, like, I had been working with the same shitty computer for years. That thing was old as dirt, and it kinda sucked. That shit could barely run Sonic Generations. And I figured, like, okay, maybe at this point I have, like, the following and, like, the standing to be able to do something like this. I was always scared to do it over doing something like a charity event because, like, I don't know, I always felt a little selfish. I always felt that, like, if I did something specifically to raise money for myself, I was being, like, a little selfish. I think in the past year, I've learned it's okay to want stuff for myself. I like to believe I'm a very charitable person. When my friends have needed money, I've sent some their way. I've donated to a few charities over the last year. Like, I would like to believe I'm a charitable enough person where I am allowed to be a little, like, I'm allowed to want something for myself, too. The aftermath of the Buxathon is what, like, made things hard. So, as you guys probably know, the first thing that happened was, PayPal fucked me over. I was donated, like, maybe, like, I think it was, like, $600 through Stream Elements, while the rest was, like, subs and bits. And then PayPal said, hey, buddy, listen, we're gonna need some information from you if you want to get this money, bitch. And here's the thing. Normally, would not be a big deal. I am very stupid, and this is my confession to you all. The reason why that happened and why I had to refund everyone, I had that PayPal from before I became an adult. And I knew that if I sent them my information, they'd be like, hey, this motherfucker made an account before they were supposed to. And so, I had to refund all the money. I was very embarrassed by it. And, like, I think I had the right to be a little embarrassed by the whole debacle. Because it's not, like, really what I should have done before the Buxathon was make a new PayPal account. I was thinking about doing it, but I didn't do it. Also, if any of you snitch on me to the PayPal admins and be like, hey, this person on your thing, it's fine. Nobody knows my real name. And if you do, like, fuck off. That's fine. They won't know anyways. You can't do shit. I don't have any accounts linked to PayPal anyways anymore. I have a new PayPal that I sometimes pay with things. But, like, I probably won't set up, like, another Stream Elements thing. I'm fine just getting donations through Coffee. Coffee also, I'm pretty sure, gives a better split anyways. So, like, I'd just rather do that and also make it, like, listen. If I ever had to refund anyone, I'd rather them not have my real name on hand. I say my real name. My real name is Morgan, but I mean legal name. That's some shit you just don't need to know. But yeah. Dealing with that sucked, and then the second thing that happened was, you know, after people gave me back the money that I lost, and I was able to afford the computer stuff. I was never able to get it working properly, all the computer parts that I bought, and then that computer died. So I Just like a fucking waste. I have all those parts still, in case any parts fail in this new machine. But I'm pretty, like, I guess I probably could check the specs again, but I'm pretty sure everything I bought is weaker than what's in this PC. So it's just like, it would really only be like a temporary thing at this point. I don't know. The aftermath of the Buxathon really hurt. It was embarrassing. I felt like shit. I felt like I wasted everybody's time and money. Nobody's ever said this to me. Nobody has ever been like, Morgan, you piece of shit, you're so bad with money, fuck you. Nobody's ever been like that, but like I struggle very hard with like imposter syndrome when it comes to like the streaming scene. You know, I always feel like I'm lesser than my peers. So, like, doing a big event for myself and then having it kind of blow up in my face always felt, like, really bad. The streams themselves, though, like, listen, if you didn't know anything about the aftermath, if I didn't just lay all this shit out in front of you, the Buxathon is easily the best series of streams I've ever done. Again, January was just, like, a really banger month for streams, huh? Like, the Buxathon, all 4 days of the Buxathon, like, are up there as my favorite streams. It would be so hard for me to, like, say which one. Like, I mean, the first day with my friends from Chimp Dinner Live, we ended up, like, going completely off the cuff and just doing whatever the fuck. And it was a lot of fun. We were dealing with a lot of technical difficulties that day, which was very nerve-wracking, but people were very generous, and, you know, people were very patient. And it was just a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun. And then the second day with Gartic Phone, I mean, we got the classic Proton, which is now a chat emote. Super fun as well. The Binding of Isaac mod madness was so fucking good. That was... Playing through that and trying to get all of the marks was so funny. That was that out of the 4 was the one I put the most effort into. Because the other ones, the main thing was that I had to, like, kind of schedule around, like, who would be available for what and stuff like that. But, like, Mario Party didn't require a lot of setup, Gartic Phone didn't require a lot of setup, Minecraft didn't require a lot of setup. Like, Michael set up the Minecraft server, so I didn't have to worry about that shit. It was a lot of fun. I really liked... Like, putting together the mod stuff was fun. Ibarus helped out with that, too. I should say shout out to Ibarus. Ibarus helped out with that one. And then the Minecraft with Socks was a lot of fun. And I really hope I get to work with them again at some point. I almost joined the last God Game Gauntlet, but I worked too late, so I couldn't get in time. But I popped into chat so I could resub. Shout out to Socks. But shout out to everyone who helped with that. I mean, the members of Chimp Dinner Live who showed up, like Charlotte, Sienna, Belle, Ellie. Just like... I've known the members of Chimp Dinner Live for years, and they're all super nice, super funny. I had a blast doing that. Gartic Phone with the mods, I mean... The mods are all of my closest friends. How could I not, like... How could I not have a good time doing that? If you see anybody in chat with the mod badge, they were probably part of that. And Binding of Isaac, again, like, Ibarus helped out with the mods. I don't remember if anybody else found any mods, silly mods for that, but I remember Ibarus helped out a lot with that. And then Minecraft with my friends of Burger Time, who are also a part of the mod team, a lot of them. Just a lot of fun. And again, I thank Socks for letting me be a part of that. And you know what? I can talk about the stuff I did do on Sock Stream real quick, because I made a few appearances on Sock Stream this year as well. Or last year. You know what I mean. I was on their birthday stream, the Defeat the Ender Dragon stream. Alright, no, it was, we were trying to kill them. I think they were trying to kill the Ender Dragon that stream. I don't fucking remember. It was like a year ago. Okay, leave me alone. But it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun hunting socks. I got my revenge. I got my revenge for them owning me in the Buxathon arena. So I felt vindicated by history. I definitely hopped into voice a couple other times. The other big one I remember being on was Scarefest. I could probably talk about that more when I talk about my own Halloween thing, but Scarefest was fun. I kind of wish I sticked around for the whole thing, but I had my own thing the next day. And that thing... We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. That's gonna be another bag of worms. Pokemon Legends Arceus is a dope game. And it was a fun playthrough. I mean, Pokemon is like... It's like comfort food. You know, I actually dodged death. Like, I don't remember if it was during or before the stream, but, like, I was prepared to eat dog treats again if Socks raised the goal. But Socks was like, oh, you don't have to do that. I'm doing my own hellish food thing. And, like, I was still gonna do it, but then I was like... Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't, though. I think maybe if I ate another dog treat, it would make me throw up. And that's just the God's honest truth. I would probably puke and scream and cry and die. It would not have been pretty. Dude, I get a tummy ache if I eat pasta too fast. You think I'm gonna survive another dog treat? I do not have a stomach of steel like I used to. Actually, I probably never did have that strong of a stomach. But that's beside the point. Enough with the health talk. Jeez. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokemon is like comfort food. In terms of like streams, I feel like very consistently, like Pokemon streams are always a lot of fun. And Legends Arceus is a really good game. Hello, V. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Where would I put Pokemon Legends Arceus on the tier list? Probably like an A. Oh, where the fuck is it? There it is. I dropped it! Oh my god, I dropped it. I'm never finding it again. I think that maybe doing this tier list like this was a bad idea. Oh no, wait, there it is. High A. Very high A. Listen, I didn't stream Scarlet and Violet last year, but if I did, like, Scarlet and Violet is S tier. Thank you, V. I'm glad to be back. I'm very glad to be back. Yeah, Pokemon Legends Arceus was a lot of fun. We got a couple of shinies, I remember that. And doing post-game was pretty fun. I didn't 100% that game. I don't know if it would have been super interesting for me to 100%. I think it's easier for me to 100% like the recent modern Pokemon games that are like, you know, more RPG than their action. Because like the RPG mechanics are easier for me to wrap my brain around. I think like introducing like the action elements makes it harder for me. It makes it hard for me to be like, hell yeah, let's do that. Also, I didn't want to get Spiritomb. Doing the shit for Spiritomb seemed like it would have been a nightmare. Kirby Triple Deluxe was a good game. And that's all I can say on that. Filling the decks in Arceus is a lot of standing around waiting for the time bubbles to spawn. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That doesn't sound like my idea of the greatest 100%. Dude, I hated just getting Umbreon in Scarlet and Violet, because it was like, oh, I either have to evolve it at night, which takes a half of a day cycle, or I have to wait, or I have to try and catch one. And either way, I was not having a good time. I almost got one, and then the game crashed. Scarlet and Violet. I like the games a lot. I really do. I don't know if I'm streaming it this year. I think what would need to happen is they seem like they do want to patch some stuff. I have to see how much better optimized they could get it in console mode. Because right now, like, I played the entire game in handheld mode, and I was like, wow, this game is really fun. It chugged a bit, yeah, but it wasn't like when I played in docked mode, like, it was, like, maybe running at, like, 3 FPS. It was really bad. It was, like, unplayably slow. Kirby Triple Deluxe is pretty good. Like, low A. Low A. Shout out to Dogen. What else? I forgot I played Mario and Sonic. It's like the common theme of, like, these earlier streams is that I just forgot I did them. This one I didn't finish, because my internet died one of the nights, and I just didn't want to finish it. Because it's not that good of a game. It was actually kind of a slog a little bit. Like, that's not a game you play for the single player. It's a game you play for the multiplayer, so the story just felt like a drag. It's a solid B tier, though. It's definitely better than Mario Golf. Fuck the haters. The Mario and Sonic games are fun. It's like a lower B tier, though. I think that they really needed to do another Winter Olympics game, but they skipped out on that. Yeah, I'd say the stream has been going well. We've dropped some frames, but we haven't dropped the stream, which is all I could really ask for. I got a better adapter, and my internet has been so much better recently. It was part of why I got excited to stream again, because I was just like, man, I could fucking do this again, and not have it be a nightmare. Yeah, we got silky smooth 60 FPS. Look at how my mouse moves in 60 FPS. Kirby Planet Robobot is, like, maybe the best Kirby game ever made. The stream of it was fun, because Kirby Planet Robobot fucking rules. Kirby Planet Robobot is a fucking banger. Where is it on the list? On the tier list? Star Allies. This is so much harder to find. Can we have a Final Fantasy XIV Mahjong stream? I've never played Final Fantasy XIV before. I've also, like, not played Mahjong. I'll get Jen on to do it. Second row, next to Bugsnack. That's Star Allies. Fuck, where the fuck is Planet Robobot? And hello, Morgan, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We'll get Jen on to do Final Fantasy XIV Mahjong. That's much more up their alley. Did I actually forget to put Kirby Planet Robobot on this tier list? I might have. I actually think I might have, because I don't see it. Do any of you see a mech suit? I see a lot of Kirby's, no Robo. The Kirby with no Robo. I think I actually forgot to upload it. Fuck. Could be closer to the top. Oh, this should be older stuff that I uploaded to this tier list. Like, yeah, you can see a lot of, like, the 2019 games. Dude, Demon X Machina. Hello, Reed. Welcome. I think I actually forgot to upload Kirby Planet Robobot. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, everyone. It'd be S tier, though. I hope you guys can forgive me. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to this stream. Sporkle. I don't have a lot I can say about Sporkle, but Sporkle's always fun. Doing, like, weird quizzes and stuff. Well, definitely, I'll try and do more Sporkle this year at some point. You know it. What tier would Looney Tunes World of Mayhem be in? S+, easy. Super Mario 3D World Champions Road as Toad. I cannot believe this took me a half hour to do. That was one of the Mario Marathon incentives. I still have some incentives to do from that. Again, I'm not gonna put a big emphasis on that kind of thing this year, because again, I need to look forward for a bit before I look back. But getting to prove to myself that I'm really good at Super Mario 3D World now, that was worth it. That was worth it. Kirby Star Allies is a video game. I like it. I like it. It's like a B tier. Advertisement scared you? I'm so sorry. Oh man, what has to be, like, the worst combo pack night I ever put myself through? I remember this. 3 hours of shitty Kingdom Hearts Cloud versions. I do not understand the... I still feel a fundamental disconnect from what enjoyment I'm supposed to get from a handheld game that I need to be connected to the internet always to play. Like, the Steam Deck has some kind of fucky shit like that. Like, it doesn't record your hours if you're not online, but, like, dude, I went to my cousin's wedding with my Steam Deck. The entire time we were driving there, I was playing on my Steam Deck. And I was playing Sonic Adventure, and it was dope. But if I wanted to play Kingdom Hearts on my Nintendo Switch, it just wouldn't happen. Yeah, I feel like part of the reason why the Switch's Wi-Fi card is as big as it is because it's handheld. Yeah, Steam's never done that. I kind of wish they did, because the Switch does that. And it's like, Steam has better, like, hour tracking than the Switch. The Switch is like, oh, once you get past 5 hours, we do it in terms of 5s. And it's like, why, though? I want to know my full hours. Like, Steam just does that. It's like, you get your full hours, but you have to be online. It's a give and take. Nothing will ever beat the activity log from the 3DS. That activity log was the best thing that ever happened to me. Okay, I got to know exactly how much time I put into Fire Emblem Awakening. And that was really important to me as a teenager. I'm like a little... even today, I'm like still a little bit of a stats freak. I like looking into that kind of thing. I didn't put any of these on the tier list also because I didn't think it would be fair because I didn't play through all of them. Any of them. Like, I never played through any actual Kingdom Hearts games. I only played the shitty Cloud demos that are like, oh, here's 20 minutes of the start of a Kingdom Hearts game, which means you never actually get to play Kingdom Hearts because the Kingdom Hearts games have really long tutorials. What was Square Enix cooking? Michael asks you why you have so many hours in YouTube. For fun. But yeah, the Kingdom Hearts Cloud versions, like, I think this combo pack night was a fun stream. But, like, Kingdom Hearts and then Instant Sports back to back was like, it was like a little bit like medieval torture. Because the Kingdom Hearts demo sucked. Instant Sports was like crazy shovelware. Triangle Strategy was definitely the best of the night, but Triangle Strategy, I like it. It was a little too hard for me to beat when I played it on my own. I'll be honest, I bought Triangle Strategy, and I don't regret doing it. You know, I like to buy games so I could be like, this is a game I played. and I own it. It was part of the reason why I like having physical copies of everything, because it's the memories associated with it, you know? It's hard to put it any other way. Also, no problem, V. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. The triangle strategy is hard. Hello, Lord Slimeapple. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'd recommend it, though. If you like strategy RPGs, I think triangle strategy is a good one. Even though it has the stupidest fucking name of all time. Prepare to get your ass whooped, though. That game is hard. I would probably say... No, I wouldn't say it's harder than some of the Fire Emblems I've played, but it's pretty hard. I would say, like, a modern Fire Emblem is more accessible than, like, triangle strategy is, in terms of strategy RPGs. They love to use placeholder project names and then say, actually, let's just keep it. Not even good project placeholder names either. Triangle Strategy is such a shit name. Like, Octopath was decently clever. It didn't have a swamp level, so Triangle Strategy is automatically better than Shadows of Valentia. Naming things is hard. It is kind of hard to name things. I don't know what I would have named Triangle Strategy instead, because when I played it, I'm like, I guess that's why they named it that. It's one of those things where I feel like, I don't know. This is probably going to be a mean thing to say, and I say this as someone who was enjoying the game until I got stuck. Story's not that interesting. I like the characters. The story itself wasn't that interesting. It was like, there's like a war going on. Salt is like a big resource that everybody wants, so they go to war about it. It's like pretty, like, again, it's pretty close to what, like, Fire Emblem would be if you replaced dragons and shit with salt. That's alright. Octopath 2 is next month. Normal North kind of did have a better story, especially when you consider the canonical social media presence. Octopath 2 is next month. I'm definitely getting that, because I loved Octopath 1. Octopath is not getting streamed, though. I need you to understand that that's going to be for myself. I've learned that 40 hours for a game is the longest I can stream a game and be like, yeah, okay, I went through that, it wasn't too bad. If I stream a game for more than 40 hours, I start to lose my mind a little. I mean, even doing 40 hours, I start to lose my mind a little. Like, one of the later playthroughs I did in the year was, like, part of why it was a drag was because it was so long. Definitely do not expect super long games. Like, I'll probably still do, like, 20 to 30 hour games. 40 hours, probably not. Like, expect a Pokemon, maybe not more Final Fantasy for a bit. Well, no, I want to do Crisis Core. Well, again. Well, you know what? I'll talk about this now. Especially since it seems like there's a decent amount of people in chat right now. I'm stuck on what to decide as the next, like, big playthrough. Like, next, like, longer playthrough. And I want you guys to vote on it. You have two options here. And I'm gonna let you rig the vote if there's one you really want to do. I think it'll be funny to let people rig this vote. What do you want as the next big stream playthrough? Your choices are Crisis Core Reunion and Pokemon Black and White. Oh god. You know, that's not what I was expecting to scroll down to. Oh my fucking god. 44 votes for Pokemon Black and White. 53. Alright, alright. Stop. It's already dead. It's already dead. Alright, we'll do Pokemon Black and White. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Crisis Core didn't stand a fucking chance. Alright, well, Crisis Core will be this year. But Pokemon Black and White is next. Maybe Crisis Core will be the next one after Ingo. He might not even show up. I don't know if you ever have to do the Battle Subway stuff. Could have used all your points there, but you decided not to. I respect it. I think it was a very funny use of points, to be fair. I approve it as, like, a funny use of points. Sonic Lost World. Good stream. Actually, like, maybe one of the worst things I've ever played on stream. Now, during the year, I watched another streamer, KZ Excellent. I started watching him, primarily from his Sonic the Hedgehog marathon. And the way him and his friends described Sonic Lost World is, it is a game that is polished, and they polished it in every single possible way that could be wrong. They made that game wrong. Like, yeah, it's like maybe one of the least broken Sonic games, but it's just not good. It just sucks. Fuck Sonic Lost World. F tier. F tier. Can we get some Zavox in chat? Also, hello, Jen. Welcome. Sonic Lost World would be a more interesting game if it was broken, to be honest. Whore. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, since that's an ongoing thing, I don't have too much to say about it other than Mario Kart 8 is fucking awesome. And I'm glad we're getting more DLC for it. Mickey. And thank you, Gino, for the resub. 20 months, damn. Holy shit. Thank you all for the resubs tonight, by the way. I appreciate it. Any monetary support is always appreciated. I don't need it as much. Oh shit, Jen redeemed pretty good. I've got to say, it's pretty good. And thank you, Jen, for the resub. Holy shit. 19 months. Fuck yes. Again, I have a job, so money isn't as important these days. But I always appreciate it, you know. I hate to say it, it is a little motivating to be like, oh, if I do stream, people will give me money because they think I'm funny. Although I saw that a few people did keep their subs the entire time I was gone, and I was like, you don't have to do that. I'm not being entertaining. I'm just posting my dog on Twitter. Maybe that's why people stayed subbed, was because they got to see Fergus and Roxy a lot. That's fair. That would be fair if true. The Bobitos. Forfeit all mortal possessions to Fergus. He's such a baby. I love him. Subbed for Fergus and Roxy. The streams are just a bonus. True. We should do like a incentive for me to buy dog treats for them, but we already have enough dog treats for them anyways. So actually we don't need to do that. They're already spoiled, alright? They don't need to be spoiled more. Make them a throne? True. We're saying sub so you can use the Zavok emote anywhere? Respect. Respect. This is one of the more tragic ones. Let's go back to talking about streams. Fuck. I'm like an hour and a half in. I'm still in like March. Jesus Christ. I wanted to do more Ace Attorney. I overestimated how much I wanted to play Ace Attorney. One of the biggest streams I did in 2020 was the second Ace Attorney game. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but God, I pushed myself so hard for that finale stream of Ace Attorney. And Justice for All, yeah. I pushed myself so hard for the Justice for All finale. That was like an 8.5 hour stream, and I kind of wasn't enjoying it by the end. Like, no, I was enjoying it, but I got, like, super burnt out. And Ace Attorney is a little hard for me to do in general, because it's a text-heavy game. Obviously, it's a visual novel. Essentially. But it's such a text-heavy game that, like, it's very straining on the voice, and I feel like I probably need to be in the mood if I wanted to go back to it. If I did Trials and Tribulations again, I would just restart from the beginning. I don't think we could just go off from wherever I was. I feel a little bad, because people did enjoy those Ace Attorney streams. But Ace Attorney is one of the harder things for me to stream because it is, like, a strain on my voice, genuinely. Like, right now, I'm giving myself, like, time to pause, like, a couple seconds to pause, just so I don't, like, completely strain my voice. Especially because I haven't streamed in a while. But imagine what it does to a motherfucker oh my god, my microphone almost fell on me. Imagine what it does to a motherfucker to stream a text-heavy game for 8.5 hours, and what that does to your voice, especially when you're doing, like, cartoon dog shit voices. Like, some of the characters would talk like this. Some of the characters would talk like this. God, especially that voice. Anytime Larry was on screen, I had to prepare myself to hurt my throat. I'll get back to Ace Attorney one day. Trials and Tribulations, I can't give a fair rating to because I didn't finish it, so we're gonna put that in haven't played. I think it's fair. Since I have played it, it's more fair to say haven't finished. Earthbound Ancient Cave Randomizer, pretty fun. Pretty fun. Another solid randomizer. I think I like the warp randomizers a bit more, but, like, that was fun. My main problem was just that the level curve is a little fucked up in that randomizer. It was really hard to fight Pokey. That shit was hard as balls. But it was pretty fun. Pretty fun. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, bring it home. That's a banger. Honestly, S tier. Maybe the best Kirby I've played. I mean, Planet Rollerbot is giving it a run for its money, but Forgotten Land is so good. And you know what it is also? Forgotten Land is, like, such a seamless transition to 3D. It is like so effortless in what it is doing, and it just rules. We're dropping frames a lot right now. Uh-oh. Now this is a classic Morgan stream. Holy shit! This is gonna go in the books. But Forgotten Land was a lot of fun. It was a pretty fun stream. I don't have a lot to say about the stream itself, other than it was fun, and I enjoyed it. I never did post-game, though. I heard that game has, like, a decently beefy post-game, but I never did it. April Fools. More likely than not, there will be a third April Fool's movie night. I don't know if I'll want to, like, I don't know if I'll have, like, a sudden strike of inspiration where I'll be like, oh man, I really want to do, like, another big, like, April Fool's bit. But I think, like, the more likely scenario is that I just do April Fool's movie night again, because that shit is always so fun. And I feel like we could get, like, a lot of really good submissions for videos. Because YouTube is, like, endless. I would even say if you're watching this stream right now and you enjoy the April Fool's movie nights, start compiling videos you would like to submit for 2023. Because I think we'll be doing it again. Because it's always a lot of fun. I should also give a special shout out to Michael, who put together the playlist for that year, because they were like, I don't want you to get spoiled on, like, a lot of the submissions that other people put in. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds reasonable to me. So, a lot of those videos, the ones that I did not put in myself, I went in blind for most of them. So, I got to have the authentic reaction to most of them. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I love the April Fool's movie nights. Of course, I really enjoyed doing the Baldi stream and, like, the Hello Neighbor stream when I did those back in the day. But I kind of just do streams in a different way than that. I feel like over the years, like, the event streams I like to do are more casual. And still, like, they're events, but they still have, like, a similar vibe to, like, the other stuff I do. There's not as much, like, improvised bits and shit. Like, it's just... What if a regular stream was even better than that? And I mean, you could argue whether or not that's better or worse, but, like, listen. I'm not putting together, like, the next Half-Life VR over here. I just had Unboxo Man appear for a bit. And I've said it before, the Unboxo Man 5th anniversary stream kind of, like, made me want to shift away from doing bits like that in general. Because, like, I think people enjoyed it just fine, but it also feels like it didn't make much impact. So it's one of those things where it's like, I think I'm comfortable not doing as many, like, character bits these days. I'd rather just have a good time with my friends. So April Fool's movie night, unless some crazy inspiration strikes me, that'll probably be the April Fool's stream again. Unboxo Man does live in our hearts. And he is still in the intro. Pokemon Showdown. So, with Pokemon Showdown, here's what I remember. I don't remember this first stream I did. I remember the second stream where some guy was insisting on fighting me in BDSPOU. He was some guy in chat that I had never heard from before and never heard from again. And he kept insisting on rematching me. And, like, he saw my exact team and my exact builds, and every time he lost. He did not win a single battle against me. He just kept throwing shit at the wall and losing. And that was maybe... I could not fathom how that kept happening. It was just very bizarre. Pokemon Showdown in general, like, I like Pokemon Showdown a lot, and I've been playing it a lot since Gen 9 came out. Like, a lot. One of the problems with streaming Pokemon Showdown is that you get people in chat who are like, oh my god, can you play with me? Can you play with me? And, like, that kind of thing gets, like, really grating. I made an exception that time because it was very funny to own this guy live. Like, so many times. Like, I was just, like, so curious. Like, how many times is this guy gonna insist on fighting? I respect the dedication. I really did. But also, like, holy shit, dude. Pokemon Showdown as a game, also, I have it on, like, the tier list. It's, like, impossible to rate. What are you doing? Stop. Why are you doing that? What the hell? Oh, I see what happened. My microphone hit into my keyboard. That's what keeps happening. It keeps pressing onto the enter button. Sometimes, like, shit just gets stuck. Yeah, that was like a motherfucker Morgan main character for a stream. Maybe one of the funnier ones we've had. I do like the meal teams. Your meal teams are always really fun. I think maybe if I did, like, a showdown stream, what I would do is I would put on screen, like, I will only play if I know you, or you're, like, a Twitch sub or something. I feel like maybe doing only Twitch subs is a little restrictive, but also it might be fine so everybody who's looking at the Pokemon Showdown category sees, like, oh my god, this, like, low viewer streamer is playing Showdown, let me own them live. And then they see it and it's like, no. And they're like, oh. True, it could just be a general no randoms rule. I'll fight you if it's funny. Actually, that's the rule, I think. I'll fight you if it's funny, and if it's not funny, it's not happening. I forgot I did this. Sonic Adventure is cool. I mean, it's one of my favorite games of all time, so it's a little more than cool. I mean, that's a easy S+. Sonic Adventure fucking rules. I remember I wanted to do a speedrun of all the stories, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I did. Pokemon Emerald, but all the stats are their opposites. First of all, sorry for never releasing this. I always said to myself if I was gonna release the mod, I didn't want it to be over Discord. But I also don't know where else I'd dump it at this point. Like, maybe I could put, like, a Mediafire link on, like, my Tumblr or something. I don't know. No, a ROM hack wouldn't really fit on itch.io. They don't really host ROM hacks there. But Pokemon Emerald, but all their stats are their opposites, was a fun little mod I made. And I'm glad I did it. It was a lot of fun. We experimented with some goofy-ass builds, I remember. Like, I need to, like, look at this exact team again. Yeah, I remember the Ninjask Azumarill combo was just, like, so stupid. Because Ninjask was, like, so stupidly bulky. Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, Candle, the absolute glass cannon. Surprise being, like, a really potent special attacker. Azumarill being, like, as busted as it was made that shit so much fun. I mean, look at these levels for the Pokemon League. I had a good time with this. I'm glad I made the mod. Maybe I will just, like, host it on Google Drive. Maybe that's the play. I would like to release it. Just keep in mind that I didn't edit. What were all these names? Oh, they were based on birthdays, because I made it for my birthday. Can you give your doggy a little kiss on the head? That's my question. Thank you. But yeah, a lot of fun. I actually thought, like, I'd like at some point to do a version of this, but for Platinum. That would probably take longer to do. Like, this we did in, like, 8 hours, but that's because I know Emerald like the back of my hand. I don't think it would be more than 3 parts, maybe. If I found, like, if I, like, noticed while editing Pokemon some, like, extremely egregious, like, busted Pokemon. I think Azumarill is in that dex. And since the physical special split is, like, built in already, that could be a lot of fun. God, look at the HP on that Ninjask. So funny. I had a lot of fun doing that. I had a lot of fun making it. I remember I was, like, thinking... Like, I was working on, like, what each Pokemon's stats would be while I was, like, on the bus to, like, class. Because I was just having... Like, I was really into, like, the idea of it. Cluster Truck I enjoyed. I wish the Switch port was better. Cluster Truck had, like, a Switch port where the final boss became, like, impossible. And it really sucks because it felt like we came close, but it was, like, stuttering too much. Which was a real shame. But I would say it's, like, a solid B tier. It's a little upsetting I couldn't get Cluster Truck to work properly. I should have just bought it on PC, but it was, like, super cheap on Switch. So I bought it. Trials of Mana. Why is Trials of Mana the stream that had the most build-up out of anything I've ever done? It is, like, comical how much build-up there was to the Trials of Mana stream, considering it's just, like, a pretty good action RPG. Like, I did the demo stream of it, like, early 2021, and I was like, that was really fun. I should buy this game. And then I bought the game from GameStop, and then my anxiety told me, okay, I just gotta wait for it to come. And then it just never came, and, like, after, like, nearly a year, I was just like, okay, fuck, fine. I'll fucking call the dudes from GameStop and be like, hey, I didn't get my game. And they sent me another one. And I actually got that one. Oh, God, what if they don't deliver my Fire Emblem? I ordered Fire Emblem from GameStop. GameStop, if you're listening, please give me my copy of Fire Emblem Engage. I need to get Emblem Engaged. Please. I ordered from you specifically because you had shipping that was 1 day faster than Amazon for this. Please. Anyways. Trials of Mana was good. That was a really fun stream, honestly. It was very low-key, but there were some good moments. I mean, I don't think I could ever forget when that one fucking warrior dude just, like, turned into a baby. That was, like, maybe one of the craziest things that, like, any video game has pulled on me randomly. Like, with no fanfare, just randomly. Yeah, this guy is a baby now. Oh, God, and the two-headed boss fight that was, like, really pissing me off. I think that was kind of a funny rage moment, though. That was, like, less of a bad rage moment, and it was kind of, like, a funny rage moment. I think Trials of Mana made for a very good stream, and I'm glad I did it. Like, the stream itself would be much higher, but the game itself, I'd say A tier. Low A tier, though. Very low A tier. Like, bordering on B tier. I want to look like a baby. I have died badly. Nintendo Switch Sports. This was when I got COVID. I remember. This happened, and I got COVID. Well, no, I had COVID before that stream. To be fair, I'm not gonna say... Nintendo Switch Sports did not give me COVID, but when I did the stream, I had COVID, and COVID fucking sucked. I didn't get it as bad as a lot of other people, and good night, Sebastian, thanks for hanging out. I did not get COVID that bad. Most of what happened was I had, like, a really sore throat, and, you know, because I had the Rona, I didn't want to leave my room and, like, infect anyone, so I was, like, the worst part of it was being holed up in my room. I was so desperate, I rolled up the window to talk to my neighbors. Bro, I don't know them like that. But... yeah, COVID fucking sucked, but Nintendo Switch Sports is pretty good. Honestly, fuck the haters. Nintendo Switch Sports is like a solid B tier. It's better than Mario Golf for sure. Maybe even better than Cluster Truck. Not better than Kirby, though. But Nintendo Switch Sports is a fun, little, casual sports game. And that's all I really wanted. You know? Just like a fun, little, casual sports game you could turn on with, like, some company. Because that's just what the original Wii Sports was. You showed it off at a party and you were like, hey guys, look at this shit. Isn't that fun? You like bowling? Also, it has way better bowling than Clubhouse Games did. God, Clubhouse Games bowling controlled like shit. I don't know how they fucked that up so bad. Nintendo Switch Sports, I would say, is a game that you would want to get on sale. Honestly, like anything in the B tier, at least the ones in B tier that are like full price games, I would say you would want to get on sale. Like Kirby, you wouldn't want to spend $64. Mario and Sonic, you wouldn't want to spend $64. Nintendo Switch Sports, I wouldn't spend $54. I mean, I did, because I'm crazy. But I would say if you're like, if you're not like me and you don't care about like playing a bunch of video games all the time, then I would say like these are games that you would want to get on sale. Mario Golf is definitely like, if you ever pay more than $20 for that, you're ripping yourself off a little bit. Because I feel like I overspent on that. I don't feel like I overspent on a lot of things. I feel like I overspent a little on Mario Golf. Sonic Lost World is worth $0. Now that we've established more how the tiers work, Jackbox is always fun. Jackbox is always fun, and I hope to do more of it. There's not a whole lot I could say about it as, like, a stream. This year's Jackbox Party Pack was kind of eh. I think 9 is maybe one of the weaker packs. It was alright, though. It still had a couple good games in there. It just wasn't anything, like, super spectacular. I mean, you can't beat, like, classic Quiplash. God, I want to do Survive the Internet. Survive the Internet fucking rolls. I think I did do some Survive the Internet on stream. If we could keep the ball rolling on streams this year, we'll definitely see more Jackbox with Twitch subscribers. I just have to get to I just kind of have to rebuild, like, the subscriber base a little bit. You know how it is. Bingo of Isaac. Oh my god. First of all, I have to give, like, the biggest thanks to the Binging of Babish who put together the, bingo cards. Bingo of Isaac is maybe one of the more fun, recurring stream things I've done. And, like, it would probably be hard for me to do it again because I'm not, like, super into Isaac right now. Like, I've tried and played Isaac again since the Bingo of Isaac streams. Like, I even did Fiend Folio, which we'll talk about later. I feel like Bingo of Isaac is the perfect send-off to, like, the year or so I was doing of, like, probably, like, monthly Isaac streams, to be honest. Like, I was doing a lot of them. And just, like, having, like, these things that we could say as, like, common run occurrences. It was just a lot of fun. And I'm glad you had fun making them, Binging Babish. I appreciate you making them. Bingo of Isaac is, like, up there with one of my favorite stream series. Even the first one, like, that was kind of us, like, figuring out the kinks. That first bingo card was very hard to do. But there was also something kind of fun about that one, like, doing the one card, the one really hard card for one stream. There was merit to that, too. The later streams, we would do, like, more quick and easy cards, but I gotta say, having the one really hard card wasn't bad either. I enjoyed that, too. Yeah, the challenge sheet. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Bingo of Isaac was great. If I ever get back into Isaac, you can expect that Bingo of Isaac will return. I probably want to do Fiend Folio again, too. I feel like I didn't really give it a fair shake. Yeah. Hell yeah. The optimal sheet difficulties. Again, it's inevitable that at some point I'll get addicted to Isaac again. So, Bingo of Isaac will return one of these days. Because Isaac is one of my favorite games ever. It's just a matter of, like, when you haven't played Isaac for a bit, especially with how much harder Repentance is, it takes a bit to, like, have it come back to you. But I'm sure it'll happen again at some point. I mean, it took a bit for, like, Pokemon Showdown to come back to me, but now that I've gotten back into that, I'm, like, really into it again. Like, I'm following the metagame, I'm trying to follow all the developments, I'm, like, planning my teams around, okay, what's the problem for my team, how can I, like, counter it, should I swap a Pokemon, this and that, you know. It'll happen. It'll happen. I don't know if I'd expect much Isaac this year, because, again, I did a lot in 2021 and 2022, but don't discount it either. It could happen. Flashpoint. We did a couple different Flash game stuff, but the Flash games were a lot of fun. Shout out to Michael for putting those together. Michael was responsible for both of the Flash game nights we did. They actually put together another Flash game list that was more of, like, all-time classics that I still have not done, but maybe this year. We'll see. It'll probably happen. Flash games are fun. Doing Flash game nights was fun. But, yeah. There were some real... It's just so funny going back to, like, that specific styles of, like, 2000s humor, you know? I mean, just look at this thumbnail. This kind of shit would not get made today, but that's why it rules. Flash games are just, like, such a specific point in history. And it's fun revisiting it, especially because I've said this before, I wasn't much of a Flash game kid, to be honest. Because, you know, I had a lot of my own games as a kid. The only real Flash games I played was, like, this Flash game arcade on this one forum I was on. But, yeah, like, it's interesting to look back at them, and some of them aged pretty well. I feel like when you knew the limits of what Flash could do, you could make something really great with it. But I also, like, it is also interesting to see people try and get very ambitious with Flash, and maybe it misses the mark a little bit, but it's still fun. It's still fun. And I mean, hey, it's free. What have you got to lose? Oh god, yeah, I do remember a few of those Flash game websites. I remember there was, like, one game where you would, like, launch Santa out of a cannon. I remember playing that a lot. My #1 Flash game love will always forever be Bloons. Basically, anytime in class we were allowed to go on, like, cool math games, I'd look up Bloons. Because that shit was so much fun. I actually played quite a bit of Bloons on my Steam Deck. That was, like, a thing I was doing. By the way, I turned my Steam Deck into, like, a little emulation machine recently. It's been really good. I played through the entirety of Kid Icarus Uprising on it. And honestly, that's a contender for a stream soon. Because I played through it and I was like, man, I could really go for some more Kid Icarus Uprising, though. But they didn't make any more! Sakurai made one Kid Icarus game and then he went back to the Smash Brothers mines. I guess he probably wouldn't have wanted to make another Kid Icarus game anyways, but I wish someone else did. Because Kid Icarus Uprising is fun, and I think it's got fun characters. We're talking about stuff I streamed. I'm getting sidetracked. Mario Kart Wii. I'm gonna lump in Custom Track GP with the Mario Kart Wii talks. God, I fucking love Mario Kart Wii. Like, listen, I love Mario Kart 8. It's one of my favorite games ever. I think that last year was the year I finally came to terms with the fact that actually, yeah, Mario Kart Wii is just, like, one of the best racing games ever made. And it's, like, not even close. Mario Kart 8 is really good, and one of my favorite games of all time. Mario Kart Wii has finally edged it out. Getting to play that game online again, so much fun. I'm really glad I did it. And the streams I did of it were really fun, too. I think people really enjoyed the Mario Kart Wii nights. And Custom Track GP is a really cool mod. Getting to play random courses that people just made is really fun. Like, the booster pack stuff is cool, you know? The official stuff is always gonna be very polished, but there's something cool about seeing what the fans can put together, too. You know? I like Mario Kart Wii. I like Custom Track GP. They're awesome. And I recommend both. Genso Skydrift. This is another case of, like, a community, like, watching me play a game and, like, being, like, very nice and accepting. I had a lot of fun streaming Genso Skydrift. Game itself is just alright. Like, I haven't played it since. I was, like, thinking, oh, maybe I'll do the mods at some point, and then I never did. But Genso Skydrift is cool. Maybe one day. Where the fuck is it? Is this another one I forgot to put on? There's so much blue. Maybe I did forget to put it. God, I really fucked this up, huh? If I also forgot this one, damn. I remember Frogun, but not Genso Skydrift? Well, it wouldn't have been fair to put Balin Error on it, because Balin Error would make everything else look like shit. Oh man, did I really follow up Genso Skydrift with Balin Wonderworld? God. Okay. Balin Wonderworld is not as bad as people say it is. In fact, I would even go as far to say is that the problem with Balin Wonderworld when it came out was that it was a $60 video game instead of like a $20 video game. Like, some people would probably still have been like $20 is a bit too much, but the fact that it was a $60 AAA video game that was in that shape, that shit doesn't fly. But honestly, it's better than Mario Golf. I cannot in good conscience say it's better than anything in the B tier. Because I don't believe that. But it's fine. I think if you get it for cheap, you'll find that it's like an okay 3D platformer. Reminiscent of like a lot of other okay 3D platformers that were coming out in like the early 2000s. And I think in that way it's charming. And I think that it has like people who will be like into it. That final boss sucked ass, though. That final boss took the game down a tier. Because that final boss made me upset. Had more fun with Balin than Star Allies. I respect it. I respect it. I wouldn't agree with it, but I respect it. I think, like, a lot of the DLC stuff made me enjoy Star Allies a lot. I think it's also important to note that I played, like, when I streamed it, I played the Switch version, which is the worst version of that game. That game would chug at some points. Honestly, though, better Switch port than I had in time. Better Switch port than I had in time. This game released on PS5, fuck's sake. TF2. I mean, it's TF2. I'm actually surprised I didn't stream TF2 more. Did it really take that long for me to stream TF2 at all that year? I guess I was still dealing with crappy computer. But I mean, come on. It's like the GOAT. My single favorite multiplayer game. can't use Scout TF2. You're so sad. I'm so sorry. I mean, you could pay for it with channel points. I made getting emotes with channel points like very cheap for a reason. I want everybody to be able to use any emote that they want. At least on the channel. If I could control it for other channels, I'd do it, but unfortunately, you know, my channel points powers only extend in this realm. Alright, but yeah, TF2 is a GOAT. I hope to stream it more this year. Stanley Parable. Kind of like a surprise. Stanley Parable is like not 100% my thing, but I still think it's really cool. I think it's like a cool exploration into what like a story-based game could be. Like it's a high B tier for sure. Like really funny writing. There were a couple of bits where it's like, all right, maybe this is a little much, but there were, you know, for the most part, the comedy in the Stanley Parable is really good. And that's what really carries the experience, is that it's like a funny meta commentary on games. And you have to keep in mind that it's like very easy for like meta humor to be grating. I would say like maybe for like every like good meta joke that's ever been told, there's like 10 that are like, he's right behind me, isn't he? Stanley Parable was good. It was a fun stream. I think it was cooking my old PC, though. Honestly, Stanley Parable could have been what killed my old PC. Because that shit was cooking. Among Us. I forgot I did Among Us. Among Us was fun. I believe Devi put that together. What was Stanley cooking? It was fun. You can see Codename Steam in the thing. Among Us is a game that, listen, it's still a C tier for me, but playing it with friends is fun. I will always prefer Trouble in Terrorist Town, but Among Us is good. I would be willing to jump on other people's Among Us streams if they wanted me to. I tried to jump on a rando Among Us game because I said something to Jen that made me have to play Among Us, and I did one game and I got really scared, so I stopped. Among Us got me, like, feisty. I remember getting really feisty when you were, like, fucking up at Among Us. Like, I remember getting caught as the imposter because you did not know how to do the sabotages. I was fucked up. Pokemon Soul Silver. Sorry I didn't do Kanto again when I played another Johto game. But also, I'm not that sorry, because it probably, like, honestly, Kanto probably would have been a little bit of a slog. Maybe not. Maybe I would have had a good time, but it's Johto. I think as I've gotten older, I've become a little more mean to Johto. Because I remember, like, Sienna told me, like, oh yeah, Johto is, like, a really grindy experience. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. I don't remember really grinding in Gen 2. And then I played it again, and then I was like, okay, I kind of see what you're saying. I kind of see what you mean. I'm so sorry. It's still good, though. I mean, again, like, you can't go wrong with a good Pokemon game. Don't like playing without EXP share? Mm-hmm. Pokemon Rumble. Also, like, a solid B tier. Pokemon Rumble's fun. Don't have too much I could say about it. It's like a short little fun WiiWare game. Did I also forget to put Poke? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Sorry for muting. Star came into my room for a question. I know what you mean, Iberus. It's all good. But yeah, Pokemon Rumble was solid as a WiiWare title. I'd recommend it. Oh, we got another big one. The Tumbler trading card game, which was made by Michael. This was a lot of fun. I think we underestimated how long it would take to do. Because, God, this stream is 4.5 hours. I don't even think we got halfway through the deck. And I also think the deck glitched. And we only realized it, like, 4 hours in. And we were like, oh, shit. Wait, we can't actually finish this game reasonably. If Michael ever puts it together, I'd love to do it again, because it was a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun going through all these, like, weird Tumblr posts throughout the history of the website. Just, it gave me a lot of good laughs. Big Tony. Was that Tabletop Simulator that Big Tony came in for? That was scary. I do remember the Big Tony incident. Let's see. Cuphead! Oh my god. Cuphead? Like, I have to say it. The Cuphead DLC made Cuphead go from, like, pretty good indie game to one of the best indie games I've ever played. Genuinely. I think the Cuphead DLC is, like, the best piece of DLC I've ever played. Not only for the fact that it adds a bunch of fun new bosses, but also adds a fun character that you can fuck around with. It adds new weapons you can use in all the levels. It's so much bang for your buck. It fucking rules. It had Saltbaker, yeah. The Saltbaker fight is, like, one of my favorite final bosses of all time. It's, like, ruthlessly hard. It's, like, definitely the hardest fight in Cuphead. Like, even more so than King Dice. But it's, like, really fun. Cuphead is definitely, like, an easy S tier for me now. I feel like I would have put it, like, A tier before. It's a S tier with the DLC. And the stream was a lot of fun. I mean, we got stuck. We got stuck a bit, but I mean, it's Cuphead. What are you gonna do? King Dice is really hard. Mario Strikers Battle League. It's better than Mario Golf. This is another game where it's like, I would not recommend you buy this at full price. It's fun. It's a really fun, like, multiplayer experience. It could be better. It could be better. I just wish there was more meat to its bones. But I mean, the production values is much better than Mario Golf. That, if nothing else, they put their whole heart into the animations for that game. It feels like Next Level Games, like, wanted to do something. Like, the previous Next Level Games game that came out was Luigi's Mansion 3. And that was such, like, insane production values wrapped up in, like, a pretty fun game. And this is just, like, pretty good production values wrapped up in a decent game. I don't know, it feels a little boneless. It feels like there should be more to it. I don't regret buying it necessarily, and God, It definitely left the best impression out of the Mario sports games on the system. And I would say, like, if I had to rate it against Mario Tennis Aces and Mario Golf, it beats the hell out of those games. High C tier. I just wish there was more meat on the bone. Yeah, no, I think they already said they were done with the free updates after, like, a few new characters, and it's just like, why do we keep doing this? Why do I keep buying the Mario sports games at launch? Well, no, I didn't buy them at launch. Strikers was the only one I bought at launch, but it's like, why do I keep buying these? I should just wait until they get cheap. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the other Mario sports games on Switch didn't get paid DLC, so I doubt it. Fall Guys, let's go. Oh, that was stream 100. We have to! Mario Super Sluggers fucking rules! Mario Super Sluggers is one of the best games on the Wii, genuinely. Fall Guys was fun. I beat it in... I got the Victory Royale in like a half hour. So... I think that's why we didn't do more Fall Guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry for all the ad breaks, everyone. Someone gift my man Atticus a sub. I've tried to do it on desktop before, but it, like, something about desktop Twitch doesn't like my card, and it's annoying. It's just a jump scare, I understand. It's a little fucked up. A chess-themed series. Awesome. Yeah, Fall Guys was fun. That's like a B tier. Pretty good. It's not Bomberman, though. God, I fucking hate you, Konami, for fucking up the Bomberman Battle Royale, because conceptually, that is maybe my favorite Battle Royale. Like, conceptually, it's really good, but the paid-to-win stuff kind of sucked. I ended up still getting a victory before it died anyways, but just, like, fucking hell. There was a week of time where every lesbian you knew was playing Fall Guys. I really like the lesbian demographic of lesbians playing Fall Guys. They're all into Rika from Pokemon now. That's what we all moved on to. Star Fox 64 is also, like, a solid B tier. I was not very good at it, but, like, hey, it's a classic. It's pretty good. I don't have too much to say about it. It was, like, less than 2 hours of a game. Sonic Origins. I mean, I put all the Sonic games individually. Sonic 1 is... I can't put it in C tier. Listen, I know that Sonic 1 isn't that good, but I still have a soft spot for it. Sonic 2? Pretty good. That's, like, higher in the B tier. The problem with... Well, no. Okay. Here's the problem with Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is a game that is really, really good until it isn't. There is a certain point in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I would probably say it happens around Oil Ocean, where that game just stops being good. And it's just a little upsetting. Because I would say, like, compared to Sonic 3, which I would say I'm more of a Sonic 3 head. I think that Sonic 3 is better. I would put it A tier, and then Sonic Mania is like the S tier 2D Sonic. Sonic 3 is more consistent. It doesn't have the same highs as Sonic 2. I think that Sonic 2 has higher highs, but much lower lows. I also think the final boss, like, it was a little fun to learn, but also it's like it's kind of frustrating. I think the fact that I think if you didn't have to do the Metal Sonic or Mecha Sonic fight, and I think if you didn't have to do Mecha Sonic and the Death Egg Robot, it would be fine. I wouldn't have a problem with the final boss, but I think the fact that you have to do both of them and you have no rings is, like, a little infuriating. And, like, I get it. Get good. Listen, I beat the game. Okay? Leave me alone. I think Sonic 3 is better. I like the level themes in Sonic 3 a bit more, also. So every time I think of Sonic 2, I think of Oil Ocean. I like the stomach bile starts to go up my throat a little bit. Ugh. As a stream, Sonic Origins was fun. I mean, this was a good year for getting to play new Sonic stuff on stream. I mean, it's old Sonic stuff. I forgot about CD. I'm sorry, Sonic CD. I genuinely forgot about you. You're like a brother to me. Fuck the haters. Sonic CD is awesome. That's an A tier. I think that might be my favorite out of the originals, to be honest. And if you have a problem with that, take it somewhere else. Alright? But yeah, Sonic Origins is really good. Well, no. It's not great, but it's a solid way to play the originals, and that's all it really needed to be for me. I mean, the fact that I can I guess now that I have a Steam Deck, I could also use that to bring the Sonic games with me anywhere, but having that on Switch for, like, a few months before I got a Steam Deck was really novel. I'm glad we have ways to play these classic games still. Sega, why did you remove the other ports off of Steam? Stop doing that shit. Let people make their own decision on that front. Super Mario RPG. Oh. I only did one real stream of it, and it was on the 4th of July when my doggies were really upset, so I didn't even play that much of it. We will get back to it at some point. We will get back to it at some point. I want to do Super Mario RPG. I am determined to do Super Mario RPG before I play any other Mario RPG on stream. I am dedicated to this bit, but we'll see what happens. TMNT Shredder's Revenge. That was a lot of fun, and shout out to Sienna, Belle, and Lily for joining me for that, but pretty fun beat 'em up. I gotta say, pretty fun beat 'em up. I don't have too much I could say about it. Super Mario RPG is a classic. That's a S tier. Shredder's Revenge. It's really good. I mean, getting to play it with friends is probably the ideal experience. I mean, the only other beat 'em up I've played recently, I played it on Switch. I played Streets of Rage 4, and that's like a pretty fun time, but it kind of kicked my ass. I feel like I probably would have played that game better if I had a co-op buddy. Because that shit was hard. That shit was hard. I got, like, really mad at the elevator level. That elevator level pissed me off. I played Simpsons Arcade. Me and Jen played through the Simpsons Arcade game when we went to an arcade in Jersey. Jen, what characters did we play in the Simpsons Arcade? Was I Homer? I feel like one of us played Homer. The Simpsons arcade game is unironically like a really good beat 'em up. That shit was a lot of fun. It was Bart and Homer. Okay. Homer. Metal Gear Rising. I'm sorry that I was way worse at Metal Gear Rising than I thought I was. I didn't even beat the game. I don't know if I want to play through it again, because it's like a really good game. It's got a really good story. I like it, but I was playing it like shit, and I got really frustrated on stream. I'm sorry, everyone. I let everybody down with that one. Honestly, more than anything else, Metal Gear Rising is my biggest regret. I should have played on baby mode. Or, at the very least, I should have actually, like, did the tutorial. I'm sorry, everybody, for letting you down on Metal Gear Rising. I apologize to Kojima directly. I'm sorry for fucking up Metal Gear a second time. One of these days, I'll beat one of your fucking games, Kojima. I promise, okay? I think it'd be really funny if I never beat a Metal Gear game, but I beat Death Stranding. I'm gonna get Death Stranding on stream and beat that first. Just to, like, continue the bit. Well, no, I beat Metal Gear Rising on my own, so technically that bit doesn't count, but you know what I mean. But it's a good game. It's a great game, even. I just wish I could play it better. Because I really did, like, embarrass myself on stream playing that. And I got, like, frustrated in, like, the bad way. Like, not the funny frustrated. The Hat in Time replay. I mean, Hat in Time is, like, one of my top indie games as well. Hat in Time is a lot of fun. And I had a fun time doing the replay. I didn't get the time to do the DLC. I know I said I would be looking forward to Not Back, but maybe the DLC is something I consider doing this year. It'd only be, like, one stream anyways. But, I mean, A Hat in Time is, like, super solid. And, like, getting the timepieces took, like, no time at all. I will not be doing Death Wish, though. Fuck that shit. All you people who voted to make A Hat in Time harder, fuck you. You're my enemy. Metal Gear will never have sexually ambiguous Raiden. Half of this stream will be the Walrus minigame? True. True, though. That shit sucks. I guess that's part of also why I didn't jump at the chance to do it, necessarily, is because... like, Seal the Deal is not that great. Yakuza Metro is really good, and you can feel the production values. But, like, Seal the Deal is just like, eh. Remember playing the Simpsons arcade game with some random kid at another kid's birthday party in an arcade, and the kid playing with you randomly left in the middle of the game, and it was sad? That is sad. That is worst case scenario. That was Bart. True. I forgot about Wii Night. This is another tragedy because I didn't get to play Wii Music that night, and now I may never play Wii Music because I don't think I could fill an entire stream of just Wii Music. Wii Night was fun. I mean, we did have a guy become a main character in chat. We had a little bit of a chat ban from a main character. I remember, I was a little annoyed about that, and like, listen, I don't like to encourage that. I feel like sometimes talking about it, like, encourages more people to try and replicate that shit, but it was just like this one guy in chat made this like really off-color joke, and I was like, don't say that, and then he started like repeating it over and over again, and it was like, the hell I just say? I was trying to be pretty reasonable about it, and then he just doubled down on it. Listen, the worst thing you can do is if someone tells you to stop something, you don't double down on it. Like, just be nice. Just be nice and let's play Wii Sports together. I'm holding out my hand like an anime girl who wants to do ibuprofen. But I mean, the Wii Sports game, Wii Sports is classic. Pretty solid. Wii Play Motion is weird, but pretty fun, too. And I mean, Wii Sport, like, all the Wii Sports type games are gonna be in, like, the B tier of, like, if you get together for, like, a party and you gotta play some Wii games, you can't go wrong. But it's also, like, they don't have a crazy amount of meat on their bones, so don't expect to be playing them for, like, 100 hours or whatever. Unless you're, like, a Wii Sports speedrunner, which I respect. This is true. I could do that. I could literally get started to do that, probably. They would probably have to be convinced to do Wii Music, but Wii Party, definitely we could do. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot about Wii Party. Actually, Wii Party is the best Wii game. Wii Series game, rather. It's not my favorite Wii game of all time, but that shit would actually be, like, S tier. That shit is so good. Wii Party fucking owns. Actually, like, Wii Party is better than any Mario Party game I've played. And that is my honest opinion. That shit whips ass. Frogun was a little disappointing, to be honest. Listen, it's a cute little game. I like the graphical style a lot. It was very slow and kind of boring, which is the worst thing a 3D platformer could kind of be for me. I like my 3D platformers to be very dynamic, like a Hat in Time, or like a Mario 64/Odyssey. Like, I don't know. I don't like them to feel sluggish. This is a problem I had. I bought Sackboy's Big Adventure on Steam, and I was gonna play through all of that. And then just, like, that is such a slow-feeling game. That game is very sluggish, that I kind of just wasn't having that much fun with it. In a 3D platformer, I just prefer them to be more fast-paced. If I want to take it more slow, I'd play, like, a RPG. That's just my honest opinion. I think that if you like that kind of thing, you'll probably still enjoy Frogun. But it wasn't for me. Not F tier, though. That's a special place in hell reserved for Sonic Lost World. Honestly, though, probably worse than Mario Golf. Fucking Sonic and the Secret Rings. Fuck this game. This game fucking sucks. Okay, listen. Sonic Lost World is like a video game that tricks you into thinking it's gonna be good. Sonic Lost World is a video game where I started it off and I was like, oh, this might be really fun. And then just, like, by the end of it, I was like, I cannot fucking finish this. Sonic and the Secret Rings is unabashedly a terrible video game. It made for a great stream, though. I think I had a lot... Like, the stream, it's, like... It's so weird, the dichotomy of, like, a game that is miserable to play, but made for a fun stream for me. That's what Sonic and the Secret Rings is. Sonic and the Secret Rings was a fun stream. Terrible video game. Just absolutely abysmal. It did make for some funny moments, though. This shit fucking sucks, though. Dude, I cannot believe that that video game just does not work. The common theme of both of these games is that they are video games that were not made right. Like, something happened and these video games are not right. Resident Evil 7 was pretty fun. I gotta say. Like, I think that's an A tier, honestly. I had a lot of fun with Resident Evil 7, and I think it made for a good stream. I think people really enjoyed it. Very good, very scary. It didn't scare me once, but that's fine. I think my stone cold demeanor could be pretty funny for horror games. Maybe someone in chat will disagree with this, but I think the fact that horror games don't really scare me that much makes playing through them pretty funny. Like a fucked up beast made of flesh with no real skin, and I just go like, oh, hey, bro. Yeah, I'm kind of like stone cold sober a little bit. It's a really fun game. Did anything in the list scare you? Like any of the games so far? True. True. Sonic Lost World is a scary game. I got scared that Tails actually died when Eggman said that. I got scared that Tails was actually dead and that he was gonna, he would never come back in any game, even though I played the other games and he was there. He was too slow to save his buddy. Okay, can we talk? The pacing of the I was too slow to save my buddy scene is so fucking funny. The fact that that entire cutscene could be condensed into a 1-minute clip and you'd get the entire deal. That shit was crazy. It happened so fast, and there's like you're supposed to like doubt after the cutscene. Oh god, is Tails really dead? But it's fine. In like the next cutscene, they show him alive. Sonic. I wish that Sonic Lost World was like a video game made right, so that the story could be even more funny to me. Because as it stands, the story is funny, but thinking about ever playing Sonic Lost World again makes me want to throw up. Pac-Man World Repack. Really fun. Honestly, that's going in the A tier. Also. I think the stream of it was pretty fun, too. I remember having a good time just, like, playing through the whole game. I got through it faster than I thought I would, too. I thought that was going to be a multi-stream endeavor, and then it wasn't. Pac-Man World Repack. Like, really solid remake. Like, maybe it loses, like, a little bit of the charm of the original. But, like, what it makes up for is that it kind of controls, like, really well. Like, again, it feels, like, pretty dynamic. It feels like it's easy to get from point A to point B. You move at a good pace. I like it. I like it. It's a fun little weird PS1 platformer. And I'd recommend it, especially because the remake is not full price. Like, genuinely, I would recommend Pac-Man World Repack if you're into 3D platformers at all. And I mean, how could you not like Pac-Man? He's just a little guy. If you don't like Pac-Man, I think we're fundamentally incompatible. And you should leave immediately. Like, I don't even want to hear it in chat. Like, I don't want you to type on your keyboard, like, oh, I don't really like Pac-Man that much. Just get out of here. Think about what you're thinking. And realize how wrong you are. Splatoon 3. How do I say this? Splatoon 3 is good. It could even be better than Splatoon 2, except for one thing. The online is, like, infuriatingly bad. Actually, like, my biggest problem with Splatoon 3 is that the online just flatly sucks. And it sucks more than Splatoon 1, or Splatoon 1 and 2, despite the fact that it runs on, like, not peer-to-peer. I do not understand what Nintendo was serving with these, cooking with these servers. Because they're really not good. I also will say, like, listen, I will definitely stream Splatoon 3 again at some point. I might even stream, like, when another Splatfest happens. If it happens on a day when I'm able to. The maps are also not that great. The map rotate, like, it's partially just, you know, they start out with less maps than the last game, and that's a little hard to adjust to. But also, the maps just aren't as fun. Yeah, I didn't play the last Splatfest at all. I didn't play the Splatfest before that either, I think. I think that was the Pokemon one. I didn't play that. I was gonna pick Water for the duck, because I did pick that when I played it on my own. Quavel is funny. The actual Splatoon 3 streams were a lot of fun, though. I had a good time with them. I can't deny that I didn't have a good time with them. It's just that I'm gonna need Splatoon 3 to have a little more meat on its bones before I say, like, I'm gonna get fully addicted to it. It took a bit for me to fully get into Splatoon 2. Also, to be fair, this is probably just a problem of all Splatoon games that launch, is that just for me personally, they do not have enough meat on their bones yet. But I feel like all of them eventually get updated to have more than enough. And then I'm like, oh no, yeah, this is fine. Hope they had some better maps, though, because there's a couple stinkers in the roster currently. I don't know, it's like a solid B tier for now. I think Splatoon 2 kind of beats it out for me right now, but if it beats out Splatoon 2 at any point, like, it'll be an easy S. It's just right now I have too many problems with, like, the servers, and I'm not a huge fan of the current maps. Fanfolio I did once, and I was not good enough at Isaac to play it. I forgot a Nintendo Direct happened. What the fuck did they even announce? The fact that I had to use Fist of the North Star fitness boxing for the thumbnail. Oh shit, that's when they showed Engage. Was I, like, really mad about this game? Hold on. I'm kind of curious what my reaction to Engage originally was, now that I've, like, bought it. Hold on. We're doing 240p. Who is the Fell Dragon? No, you gotta be fucking shitting me. You gotta be kidding me. The silence really is deafening in this clip. But it's fine. It actually seems like it's a fun game. I was being a little baby. I still think the art style is kind of ugly, but I also thought that about Three Houses before it came out. And then I played Three Houses and I got used to it. So I'll probably get used to the Engage style. It's maybe a bit too modern anime for me. But I'll probably play it and be like, oh yeah, this looks pleasant enough. God, I really did stream this at 240p. Fuck's sake. I don't know. I respect it. I feel like people were, like, a little too mean about, like, the main characters. Like, I think they're, like, a little ugly, but people were like, ow, obviously these were made by a VTuber designer. And it's like, dude, it's not that bad. It's not even the worst, like, Fire Emblem design we've ever had. Like, not even close. Dude, Corrin is right there. Yeah, I don't remember much from this Nintendo Direct, to be honest. If there's a Direct soon, I would like to stream that. They do it in the morning, so I'd be able to do it. Corrin's horrible feet. Man, fuck that guy. Fuck you, Corrin. We hate your ass. Sonic and the Black Knight is pretty solid. I mean, I'm not over the moon about it, as some other people are. But it's, like, really solid. Sonic and the Black Knight is a game that is more fun when you're playing it. And here's what I mean. When I think about Sonic and the Black Knight, I'm like, it's not that good. But when I'm playing it, like, consistently the entire time, I was like, wow, this is really fun. The story is engaging, even if it's a little corny. But, you know, as Sonic, if you're expecting it to not be corny, you're kind of crazy. Sonic and the Black Knight is a game that is not fun to think about, but when you actually play it, it's like, oh wait, no, this is pretty fun. That is actually pretty good. I'm so happy for you, Atticus, also. If you want a Sonic the Hedgehog game to not be corny, it's like, oh yeah, would you also like killing and death in your Pokemon games, you fucking loser? That was really violent. But also, like, it's like the same thing to me. It's like when people are like, I hate when Sonic is corny. It's like, bro, that's what Sonic the Hedgehog is. It's like the most corny-ass series in the world. That's why it's good. He said, let's do it to it in the cartoon. That was like his catchphrase. He has a theme song that says, gotta go fast. I'm so sorry, Atticus. I'll be sending my regards. Sending my condolences, rather. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Maybe... I don't know, man. It was a fine stream. I didn't mind streaming it. That is one of the single most padded out video games I have ever played in my life. Final Fantasy VII Remake, for all you do in that game, does not need to be a 40-hour experience. At all. I actually think the game is much worse off stretching itself that thin. Like, listen, I realistically, would they have been able to do the entirety of Final Fantasy VII in a big game like that? I don't know. I don't know. Final Fantasy VII is so big in its scope. It is such a massive experience that it's like, you know what? I could even say that, like, Midgar being, like, the main focus of one game, that's not a terrible idea. And you could probably get a lot out of that. And I feel like they do get some good stuff out of it. It's just, there's so much stop and go. It's a game that feels like paced very poorly. Like, there are some times where that game was just like move, 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 but then there were a lot of times where you just stopped in your tracks, you explored around the city. And, like, dungeon design, I said this to my friends earlier on a call. Final Fantasy VII Remake has worse level design than Trials of Mana. Trials of Mana was never a video game where I felt like, oh yeah, I'm kind of, like, stuck in, like, a lot of corridors and, like, big open rooms and such. But Final Fantasy VII Remake, I felt that a lot. Shoutouts to Star, by the way. Star just delivered French fries to me.
You're welcome. Have fun.
They used the DoorDash coupon that I got for Christmas, so I was like, hey, can you give me a French fry? But yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's like, listen, I already went into it knowing I kind of wasn't into the idea. But fuck's sake, man. Fuck's sake. They fumbled. The worst part of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the thing that pisses me off the most about it, more so than, like, pretty, like, uninspired level design or anything like that, the worst part of that game is the fucking whispers. They feel like such plot I don't know how to say the word. They feel contrived as fuck, the whispers. I think that them trying to keep the course of destiny going or whatever, it's, like, so stupid. It feels like they don't belong in the story at all. Really, the only good thing they do for the story is that they do give you a pretty fun Sephiroth fight. I gotta say, the game, despite the whispers being dumb, still kind of sticked the Sephiroth fight being kind of dope. Like, it was still, like, a crazy spectacle, but the whispers are so, like, it's so stupid. Yeah, they could have done something like that without the whispers. But they, like, literally, like, They could not figure out the way to do that. I hate to say it, Final Fantasy VII is a C-tier game. I don't know. It's like, I don't regret playing it, but this is another game I would say, like, yeah, do not pay full price for this. Especially because they're charging $70 on Steam for this. I didn't even pay full price for it. Would I recommend you buy it for $50 like I did? If you're more into, like, the kind of, like, AAA games that come out these days, then, like, yeah. It's probably, like, on par with, like, a lot of those Sony AAA games that come out, but for me personally, like, I don't know. Again, like, keep in mind, Final Fantasy VII is up there for me. I fucking love that game. And if nothing else, Final Fantasy VII does right by the Final Fantasy VII cast. I feel like their characterization is on point, and they got some really powerful moments in there. Like, the part where Aerith is saving Marlene from the burning 7th heaven, that made me fucking cry on stream. Like, that part got me. And I almost wish, like, you know, I almost wish that it had more moments like that, those, like, really emotionally potent moments. Because could you imagine how crazy a moment like Barrett dying would be if we weren't already aware that the Whispers were just gonna bring him back anyways? Because that shit was wild. They show Barrett get shot on camera, and then he just comes back. So it's like the moment doesn't really mean anything. I hope that the Whispers aren't in part 2, because if they just have it explained that the Whispers are why Aerith dies again, if she dies again, that would be stupid as fuck. It actually is, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake would probably be a B-tier game if the Whispers weren't in the story. Because then I'd be like, yeah, it had some fun moments. It was a little padded out, but it wasn't terrible. The Whispers are such a hindrance to that game's writing, when it otherwise has, like, pretty, like, again, it does very right by the characters in that game. It's like they were mandated to follow through with the story of Midgar, but they were also mandated to have a Sephiroth fight at the end. So they had to compromise and put in the stupidest plot thing you've ever seen. Listen, I literally would have been fine if they ended the game with the motorcycle segment, because that shit was hard as fuck. But yeah, it's... If you're a Final Fantasy VII fan, I think you will still get something out of Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I wouldn't recommend it for full price. This is not a $70 video game. The production values might trick you into thinking it's a $70 video game. It's not. Although, I'm still of the belief that, like, basically no video game is worth over $60. Like, I'll pay $60 for video games. I don't have a problem with that. But once they started bumping it up to 70, I was like, okay. You gotta, all you guys gotta justify it. And I don't really think they do that. Because a lot of the games that are, like, $70 now are not particularly compelling to me. Like, oh man, guys, do you want to play the shovelware Harry Potter game that's coming out? For $70? You could pay $70 for it on the Nintendo Switch. Alright, come on. Let's be mature here. Also, I didn't realize the music stopped playing. I forgot I turned it off. Would rather play the PS1 game. Yeah, that's what it comes back down to. It is not a very replayable game, IMO. While Final Fantasy VII itself is. I mean, they're of comparable length. I was like in my level 60s by the time I got to the end of Final Fantasy VII. I was nearly half of that in the remake because there's so much less combat. Oh, you were talking about Harry Potter? Fair enough. I don't know anything about Harry Potter on PS1 because I don't care about that shit. Oh, but the new one doesn't have J.K. Rowling on it. I don't care. She still gets money from it. And if she met me in real life, she'd tell me to die. This is gonna be heartbreaking to say. I did not care for Bug Snacks. I didn't finish it, so I'm not gonna rank it. I was not that into Bug Snacks. I could see why people would enjoy it, but when I was playing it, I was just kind of bored. I think that Bug Snacks has a very similar appeal to Smile for me, and I feel like if you're like super into Smile for me, you would probably get a lot out of Bug Snacks. Smile for me was a game I played and I enjoyed, but not enough to like ever like I feel like if you were in like the fandom for Smile for me, like you were like, oh my god, I love this character, I'm following like the Dr. Habit account, then you would probably be like into Bug Snacks. I was not, and when I played Bug Snacks, it's like, I don't know. It was a bit too long. Like, Smile for me was like a 4-hour game. I played 4 hours of Bug Snacks, and I feel like I didn't really get anywhere. I unlocked, like, the second area. It's just one of those things where it's like, I can appreciate good writing in games, and I would say Bug Snacks, from what I saw, was a very well-written game. But the gameplay loop itself was just not very interesting for me. I don't, like, going around catching the Bug Snacks, figuring out what person to give what Bug Snacks to. It just wasn't very interesting for me. Yeah, it's very much a talking to people game, and that's just not the kind of game that typically appeals to me. Unless it's like, again, like Smile for me, I could get through that because it was pretty short. I feel like if it's like very much a talk to people, do a couple things, talk to more people, do that. That thing kind of appeals to me more if it's in a shorter format. And again, I respect Bug Snacks, and I don't even regret buying it, because you know what it is? I love to support indie devs. And I hope that the creators of Bug Snacks get to make more games, and I hope that even one day they make a game that appeals to me. But even if they don't, I hope that they have great careers ahead of them, because they clearly got talent. Also, I don't even think the game is that mean-spirited. Final Fantasy VII is a game that's more mean-spirited than Bug Snacks was. IMO. Sephiroth doesn't leave Cloud alone. But yeah, I think that I think it's a well-written game that just did not appeal to me. Because I thought the actual gameplay loop was boring. But I respect it. And I would even say, if it sounds like your kind of thing, you should spend the money on it, because indie devs deserve the world. I think that absolutely, like, if there's ever an indie game you're interested in, like, more so than any AAA game that ever comes out, fucking get it. Because the devs could use, the devs are most likely are in a position where they could use the money. And, like, you know, buying the game for them gives them a little bit of a cushion. And maybe they'll be able to make more games in the future. Yeah. Again, I respect Bugsnax, and I think the writing was solid. It was a gameplay loop for me that made me disinterested, more so than anything. Do you guys remember when we watched Baldi's Basics the Musical on stream? Can we watch Baldi's Basics, me reacting to Baldi's Basics the Musical right now? Can we do a double reaction? Can this be the worst stream of all time? Let's react to my reaction. Also, it's no problem. It's no problem. Here's the thing, again. Whenever I dislike a game, I never hold it personal to the game, to the people who do like that game. And in fact, a lot of the times, I like to think that I'm level-headed enough. And, like, I like to be a fair critic and kind of see, like, both sides. Like, I can see why I don't like it. Like, I think the gameplay loop is really boring. But the writing is clearly what drew people to it, and it's really solid in that regard. And I could see how people would get really attached to it and even, like, find a lot to relate with it. Because it is a game about, like, unhealthy coping mechanisms.
We're gonna watch Baldi's Basics Musical.
We're gonna watch me reacting to Baldi's Basics the Musical. God, I played this so quiet. There's no way you're gonna be able to hear this.
Courtney! Is that like a John Green shirt?
Is that a John Green shirt? I was just saying shit. But that's kind of always what I do, though.
Courtney! Don't make me come up there! The baby is upset about this.
A mysterious package arrived at my door. On a lesser but still important note, you love Bugsnax just having explicit LGBT rep for 5 characters. Yeah, that is like an aspect that is awesome about it.
Thus far.
Honestly, like, I will even say, like, having, like, a non-binary character just as a part of that cast is dope.
What is this? This is the dream.
How's the tier list coming along? It looks like this right now. I haven't had really anything to add to it.
Oh my god, okay. Oh, hurry up. Which one shall I have? Reese's Puffs or Oreo Oats?
Foofty being non-binary makes you smile and clap. Dude, like, there is not a lot of, like, great non-binary representation, so that part is, like, genuinely awesome.
Okay, I'm done. Oh no, she already missed the bus. Oh no, the bus is gone. This is bad.
Like, I feel like we're getting more to a point where, like, gay representation is being, like, normalized in media, to the point where it's almost becoming, like, it's like one of those things where, like, when you hear something as gay representation, that's not necessarily like, oh my god, that's crazy. It's more like, oh yeah, that's cool. I'm glad for that.
Hello, Jessica? Who is
But I think, like, trans and non-binary characters are still far and few between.
This kind of content would be the easiest shit in the world.
That's awesome, also.
No way. Okay. I feel like I could make this kind of shit and, like, make millions off of it, but I wouldn't because I'm not a sellout.
That's not true. I could do it now. But, like, you go into the comments of this video, this was made by some random... I'm a sellout now. 3 months later, I'm already selling out. Anymore. But it's like all these kids in the comments talking about, like, oh my god, I remember watching this when I was, like, 9. I have so much nostalgia for this. And I'm like, what the hell? Everybody was watching this? That is still fucked up to me. The craziest thing when you're in elementary school? Back in my day, the craziest thing you could watch in elementary school was Astef movie. I'm kind of disappointed that my example was Astef movie and not YouTube Poop Dinner Blaster, because that was what came to mind first for me. This is also partially an excuse for me to eat my fries without having to take too much time without speaking. That is true. This must have been fun as fuck to make. Just goofing off in Roblox. Watched Eddsworld and YouTube haikus. God, I remember Eddsworld. That shit did not need to continue. Like, they did the end cartoon for Eddsworld, and then they kept going after that, and it's just like, who cares? I should change the title of the stream to Dream Face Reveal? There's, like, basically no chance that someone would click on this. I forgot that that was a bit I did. New Scream Fortress update looking kind of weird. It looks normal to me. For context, like, when I did this stream, like, people were talking about the Dream Face Reveal, and I thought it would be really funny if people came into me watching Baldi's Basics the musical while the title was Dream Face Reveal. I'm so confused by that. Didn't we see his face before that? I thought that, like, his face was posted online already. Alright, guess I changed the title. Call of Void, true. I don't know, but I'm gonna come at you guys with a face reveal tomorrow. Not tonight, though. Because my room's kind of a mess and I don't want you to see it. Also, I kind of just don't want to be on camera recently. I've gotten camera shy last year. Like, I'm okay with being on camera with, like, my friends and stuff, but now that I have, like, Twitch followers, I'm like, oh, but I don't know if I want all of you to see my face all the time. Are beyond help true. This is the Baldi's Rules video. That's literally what this is. Yeah, I can't wait for Baldi to tell us his new rules. I also like that what this kid got in trouble for was the stealing a pencil. Oh no, they didn't sing yet. You didn't miss the singing. Well, they did sing Friday. Factually incorrect statement I just made. There's Baldi. You have no context or knowledge of what this could possibly even be, and you refuse to learn. I respect Binging of Babish's dedication to not knowing shit. The dream face reveal. Like not knowing shit about things that is funny to not know shit about. I think they told me, like, they have no knowledge of what the hell Homestuck is, which I think is respectable. Wow, that's a really great reference to... What is it? The fucking... It's the comedian with the racist puppet? That's Jeff Dunham, right? The comedian with the racist puppet. This is what Valve has been working on for TF2 in total secrecy. True. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Jeff Dunham. I remember my shitty, like, 2000s era comedians that had, like... What was he cooking? You would find, like, flash animations of their bits on, like, YouTube. Your father has all his shit on tape. God. So someone animate Mario to Dane Cook. I forgot who the fuck Dane Cook even is. I think in my mind, I thought that Dane Cook was also the Tosh.0 guy, even though that there's no way that could be right. They're like the same person to me. Is this a parody of a Dua Lipa song? I don't know. I don't know any Dua
Same
Lipa
genre.
songs.
Pretty much.
Right next to his wholly complete Beatles discography. Awesome.
Yeah, the problem is just that a lot of comedians are not actually that funny. It do be a Dua
Get
Lipa
it?
song.
I'm glad that this Baldi's Basics Roblox video has like a reference to what's 9 plus 10, 21, you stupid, no I not.
It also has a reference to Friday, which is awesome.
New Rules is a song by English singer Dua Lipa and her eponymous debut studio album. Oh my god.
I don't think I've ever heard a Dua Lipa
Hey,
song.
can someone look up when Baldi came out? I actually need someone
Like,
to
Dua
look
Lipa
up
is
when
way
Baldi came
beyond
out.
my
Now that
time.
I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait, there are
I
kids
stopped
who
listening to the
watch
radio in,
this
like,
video
middle
talking
school.
about how they were 9 years old
Because that was when my
when Baldi came
mom
out.
stopped taking me to school.
When did Baldi's Basics come out? Because already, like, 2017, it's not looking good.
Just looked up that song because of the vid.
When did Baldi come out? How long has this segment gone on? 9 minutes, 42 seconds.
That's a pretty good bit. I think I put this
Baldi
in,
came
like,
out
the
2018.
playlist of, like, videos for new people to watch.
Okay.
And I think that's
The
really
oldest
funny.
that person could be, and this is a re-upload, so I have no idea when this original video came out. The oldest that person could be is 13, and that's fucking scary. You shouldn't be in the YouTube comments. That's where horrible people go. You're
It's
too
true.
young for that. I will never forget the day Baldi's Basics got arrested. Yeah, no, these are
I forgot. I forgot about the day Baldi's Basics got arrested. Sorry. I do like that they kept zooming in. This should have been the finale of the year. I think that if I just stopped streaming after the Baldi's Basics bit, it would have been fine. Fuck, I should have saved that video for April Fool's 2023. Now I regret not doing that, because there's no way I'm watching that a third time on stream. I guess I could, theoretically. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my god, this has been going 3 hours. I still have, like, 15 left. Resident Evil Village. I'm sorry that I didn't finish it. I think that I probably, like... I think I probably tried to play it a little too early after I beat Resident Evil 7. I think also I was dealing with tech difficulties. But I just remember the idea of going back to it for a bit was like, I think I'll just save it for later. I definitely want to just... That's another stream that if I go back to it, I'm just redoing. Especially with the little stuff I've gleaned from it. Dude, who is this? Seriously, what the hell? It was a fun stream, though. It was a fun 3-hour stream. I remember it was marred by technical difficulties, though. Which sucks. That's, like, the theme of, like, these last few streams. Not Faith, though. Okay. Not my favorite game of the year, but really solid. And really fun stream. Like, extraordinarily fun. Getting to play through that entire game. Like, I knew what happened in the first 2 chapters, but getting to play Chapter 3 blind on stream was really fun. I thought that shit kind of owned, to be fair. It was just a lot, like, it's hard to describe exactly why it was such a good stream, but it just was. You had to be there. You had to be there. I just had a lot of fun with it, okay? Can I just have a little fun sometimes? Pokemon Emerald Rogue. It's an awesome ROM hack. It's a really good ROM hack. I mean, I actually wish I got to stream more of it. Maybe this year I will, although I've kind of fallen off of it a bit. But, like, you turn Pokemon Emerald into a roguelike, and you have one of the most replayable games ever made for me. I don't even need the updated patched version where it's like, well, you have all this shit from the new generation. I don't even need that. I just need all the shit from Emerald. The rest of that doesn't matter to me. As a stream, it was pretty fun. It's a little awkward to do because runs take so long. But I'd love to do some more of it at some point. I think it'll definitely happen. I gotta talk about this one. Okay. Mascot Madness is my biggest regret from last year. It is my single biggest regret from last year. I am glad we raised $600 for charity, obviously, but I hate how it was put together. For one thing, let me be perfectly transparent. Mascot Madness I did because I wasn't sure if Sock Scarefest was happening. And then when I found out that Sock Scarefest was happening, I was like, okay, well, I already started planning for this, so I might as well see it through. It was sloppily put together. I didn't even bother to look for the real Slender game to play. And I was really anxious that entire night. And, like, I had worried myself sick over Mascot Madness and it being, like, blowing up in my face. And again, the fact that it raised the money means that I can't really consider it, like, a failure. But I could not finish all the things I had on the docket. And I regret that because there was some really cool stuff that I had planned for the rest of that stream. But it was, like, 5.5 hours in, and I felt my mind melting. Like, I had such a bad migraine. And, like, I was making jokes about it, that it was, like, Baldy was doing damage to me, but I just think, like... I think, like, the anxiety of running that event was, like... It was too much for me. And again, I'm on, like, a anti-anxiety med now, so that should not happen again. But Mascot Madness is maybe the hardest stream I've ever done. It was put together kind of slapdash, and I was really nervous about it the entire time. And I had fun with my friends, but I wish I got to see it all the way through. I don't know when part 2 will happen, if it ever happens. Honestly, if I wanted to, like, just make it so I don't have to do part 2 ever, I'd just say, whatever, we met the goal, so I'll just do all the incentives. I don't know. I think especially now that I have a job also, like, obviously I like doing charity stuff, and I'll do it again.
Like, you may see another charity stream this year, you may not. Because putting together the charity stuff has always been very stressful, and to be honest, I am in a position where, like, when I did the first charity event, I didn't really have money of my own to really give away easily. I had, like, shitty, like, Visa gift cards and, like, $20 in my wallet. But I have a job now, I earn a decent amount of cash each week. Every so often, I am inclined to just donate to charity, so I still like to do what I can, and I think the charity events are good, but especially because I really wish I got to stick around for Sock Scarefest. I think that if other people want to put together charity stuff, I'll always jump on board and be like, hey, I'd like to be a part of that, because I like doing this kind of thing, but the stress of putting charity events together has always weighed very heavily on me. Because it's always a thing of, like, I don't know. It's almost a little selfish to even worry about, because it's supposed to be about giving to other people. But then the problem becomes, what if I don't give enough? What if we don't raise this, like, baseline goal I put together, and then I just like, embarrassed myself on stream about it? I really should have had music playing for this, because this feels like the worst therapy session of all time. Why is it playing through my TV? My monitor. It's not a TV anymore. It's an actual monitor now. It's literally plugged in. Why are you doing this? What the fuck? What's happening? It's counting my headphones as just system sounds. Why? The hell? Why is it doing this? Well, I guess we're getting through the rest of this without sound, but there's not much left anyways. Yeah, Mascot Madness is my biggest regret of last year, and I if nothing else, I like to believe that it is what helped me push to finally talk to, like, my psychiatrist and be like, hey, I still get, like, really bad anxiety. I would like to do something about that, please. Please and thank you. I am in a better place than I was when I put together Mascot Madness. And I feel like I have done much better in the past 3 months since Mascot Madness happened. And that's what I gotta say on that. I think it was a fun stream. I should say, like, if you watch it, I think you'll have a good time watching it. But for me personally, it was a hard one. There's not much left to talk about. There's only, like, 2 things. The Dead game is pretty good. What do you want me to say about the Dead game? It's like you have to be on the cusp of the Twitch ecosystem, and I'm not, but it's funnier that way. Can this shit detect my headphones again? I don't understand what this, like, glitch is. Do you guys enjoy my desktop background? I accidentally closed out of everything. Whoa. Why would it be Nostalgia Critic ISIS? I hope that opening up File Manager didn't reveal anything that I don't want revealed. I could always cut it out of the VOD if I look at it later and be like, whoa. You don't need to see the files on my computer. Yeah, bitch. And then Sonic Frontiers. As a game to end off the year, Sonic Frontiers fucking rules. This might be recency bias, but it's a solid S tier. Listen, I can understand why some people wouldn't be enthused about Sonic Frontiers. I get it. Listen, it is not perfect, but it is jank in the exact way that I fucking love. You can pull off so much crazy shit in that game. My first playthrough of Sonic Frontiers was like 15 hours. My second one was 10. That's how much time you can shave off. There are people who are probably doing like 3-hour playthroughs of this game at this point. There is so much cool tech in Sonic Frontiers. And like, I know some people aren't a big fan of the cyberspace stages. I actually think they're pretty fun. I think they're a good time. Maybe that's just me, but I like them. I like them. But it's an awesome game, and I'm glad I can say that, because, listen, I love Sonic Forces. It's my goofy little game. I could replay that over and over again. It's nice to play a game and, like, not have to be like, oh, but I don't actually recommend it. No, I recommend Sonic Frontiers wholeheartedly. Try it. You may like it. And it made for a fun stream. I really liked streaming it. I thought I was gonna go for like a third part, again, because of how long my first playthrough was, but then I beat it really quickly. I beat it extremely quickly. And that would be it for 2022. It was a year. But, again, 2022 was the most challenging year for the stream. It was a very transitional year for me. And I had a little trouble adjusting at first, but I feel like I understand more where I want to go with all this shit now. For one thing, I'd like to say, I anticipate that you will be seeing a lot more long streams. Like, especially because I'm going to be streaming less a week. But, like, dude, I'm up all night anyways, because I work night shifts. So, like, doing, like, streams, like, ass late into the night, that's gonna be so much easier for me. Because I don't get tired as early anyways. Like, dude, it's, like, 9 o'clock. I still have, like, 1,000,000 times the energy I usually do. But yeah, I would say, like, the average stream length is gonna go up. I don't know if we're gonna get to 150 plus stream segments, because, again, I'd probably be doing things 3 times a week. But also, that's kind of where I wanted to go for a bit anyways. Like, I had always thought that, like, early Germa streaming, where he would do, like, really long streams, like, 3 times a week, I was like, yeah, I could probably do something like that. And that's basically where I wanted to take things anyways, and now that work has been the way it is, I'm just like, yeah, maybe it is time where I make the move, where I stream less days, but I stream for longer. And, you know, that might do a number on, like, the viewership numbers, because I know a lot of people can't stay up ass late to watch this shit, but that's fine. I don't do this shit for the views. If I did this shit for the views, I would be doing, I don't know. I'd probably just be streaming the games that a bunch of people come into chat for. Like, I don't know. I'd be streaming a lot more Ninjala, is all I'm saying. But, yeah, I think that is probably the direction I want to take things, is longer streams, but less of them. And that means we could have an extended combo pack night. Alright, we could have 3 games in one night. Wouldn't that be crazy? I don't know if there will be a formal return to combo pack night. Especially if I'm streaming less a week, but we'll see what happens. I will say also, I may not stick to just 3. Maybe I will try and do more. I'll see how much I can get myself out of bed in the morning. And maybe we'll do like a short little morning stream every now and then. Because breakfast streams were a big thing. When I first started streaming, I did them a lot. But I haven't done them in so long. Did I even do like a single breakfast stream last year? I guess I did the Nintendo Direct. Also, I fixed the sound. I don't know what I did, but I fixed it. I'm the smartest person to ever live. And I don't even know it. But yeah. It's good to be back. Fuck, I broke it again. Shit. I fucked it up. Sorry, everybody. I was so close. What did I do? What the hell? There we go. Oh, no, wait. I don't hear any sound. Oh, there we go. I did it again. She still got it. But I want to give a special thanks to everybody who, you know, kind of still believed in me after last year being kind of bumpy for me. Like, I want to thank all my friends in Burger Time who have always been my biggest supporters when it comes to this shit. Like, pretty much all of them are on the mod team. All of them show up a fair bit to each stream. I would wager a guess that if I did not have my friends, I would not have even continued streaming past, like, I don't know, like, Subspace Emissary. I probably would not have given a shit to do even that. So, like, shout out to everyone. And, of course, like, out of everyone in Burger Time, I gotta give the biggest shout out to Jen, who's always been the #1 supporter in my corner. Who's always heard me when I complain about shit, and, like, I talk about, like, my anxieties when it came to, like, streaming and other such things. I fucking love them so much, okay? We have some playful back and forth on stream, so maybe you did not know this, but I have loved Jen for many a years now, and I imagine I will love them for many more years to come. They are someone who has kept me as stable as I have been, because I could imagine without them, I could have been off a lot worse last year. I probably could have had the internet breakdown that would have gotten me #canceled. Sorry, I don't know why I worded it like that, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. They've always been in my corner, and I appreciate them very much for that. I want to give a big shout out to the people I've met in Sludge who have been, like, supportive of my streaming endeavors, like Socks, Gibson, Tyler, and many others in that server. Just, like, they've all been really nice and accepting, and I feel bad that I haven't been, like, as there for them as I could be, but I'm hoping with, like, adjusted stream priorities, I could maybe make some more cameo appearances. Maybe I could finally get on another God game, you know? Socks did actually message me specifically, like, the last God game Gauntlet, saying, like, hey, if you wanna, like, hang out, like, you can. And I was like, hell yeah, if I'm able to get out of work in time, which, again, I wasn't able to, but I appreciated that offer very much, and it, like, it's very nice to know that those people are still, like, thinking of me and still, like, respect what I do and respect me as, like, a friend. That feels good. Especially because, again, I've always had, like, very intense imposter syndrome. I've always felt like, God, I'm the fucking schmuck of the streaming world. Anybody could replace me on this platform at any point. But clearly not if people keep still showing up. I mean, if I was easily replaceable, y'all would have found someone by now, I'd think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the adjusted, not so much anxiety is making the fame go to my head. Maybe this is the year I get canceled. I'm gonna start drama with a big Twitch streamer. Small Ant's not even that small. It kind of seems too big for me. I'm gonna give a shout out to the mods, which, again, quite many of them are in Burger Time, but others are not. They've always done a good job of making sure that, you know, chat behaves and we have, like, a nice, relaxing, like, accepting community. You know, keep things in order. Because otherwise, this realm would fall to chaos. If I was in charge of all the moderating decisions, this place would have fallen to chaos by now. And some people might have thought that was dope, but other people would say this shit sucks. Shout out to everybody who's done art for the stream, also. Shout out to Michael, especially, who's done a lot of the assets. They did the intro screen. They've done the new bio stuff that you'll see, like, if you go to the page. They've done the edits for the stream. They've done a lot. Devi's done emotes, and so is Atticus. Atticus is also responsible for the icon. I appreciate everyone's contributions. I appreciate everybody who's guested on the streams. My friends from Chimp Dinner Live. Sienna, especially, who has always been a source of great ideas for streams, and always been, like, a great friend. She is another person who's helped keep me stable, especially when last year was rough for me. And I hope to do more stuff with her soon. Because the Morgan Sienna streams are classic. That's some classic shit. And she was the one who came up with the idea for the Buxathon. She was the one who kind of planted the seed. And inadvertently makes her responsible for some of the best streams I've ever done. So, shout out to her. Yeah, just thank you everybody for sticking around. 2022 was a weird year. It was a transitional year for me. I'm no longer a college student. I am a working class citizen. But I'm hoping that now that I've kind of got into a more stable place, we can get on the right track again. And, you know, we'll try out. I might find out that I actually hate doing, like, 3 really long streams a week, and I might want to go back to an older format. And maybe that'll be more viable, because I'd still like to look for another gig. Because listen, belly work, it's honest work, but it don't pay that well. It pays better than this shit, though. Alright, listen, if any of you are thinking I'm gonna quit my day job to become a Twitch streamer, I hope to God you have an idea that gets you to, like, 10,000 followers, because otherwise, the deli probably pays better. Honestly. Maybe not. If you got some big donos, which... if you get the big donos, then you probably be fine, but I do not get that. Nor do I really care that I don't get that. Because listen, I like streaming, and maybe I would even be fine doing it as a job. But I think part of the fun is that this is just like a weird hobby for me, that sometimes people throw money at me for. Yo! If you do that though, I'll play Baldi's Basics Plus on stream again. Also, thank you, Morgan, for the resub. 14 months. Congratulations on your sub message. I feel like that would probably be a good place to leave it off after that speech, but I'm not satisfied. I haven't streamed in 2 months. Do you know how crazy that is? I don't think I've ever had a gap that big in streaming. So, hi, Adrian. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Question is, what do we do, though? What the hell do we do for the next however long? Simpsons hit and run speedrun? If I had it on hand. Binding of Isaac is dope. I kind of feel like I'd be too bad to play it right now, though. Yeah, let's play with toys. Who wants to play toys with me? We got a few things we could do. We could do some TF2. We could do some Binding of Isaac. We could watch Angry Video Game Nerd. Let's watch an old classic AVGN video, real quick.
Are you ready for some Danganronpa? I suppose so, because I get requests for this game all the time, like this one right here. Danganronpa. Fuck this game, please do a review of it, you asshole. Thanks. Wow, I guess I gotta do it now.
That's a really good one. I don't know why people don't talk about AVGN Danganronpa review more. Do I have the one AVGN video on Transformers, but he just says trans? I do not. That sounds awesome, though. He did say Danganronpa, yes. Fuck this game, please do a review of it, you asshole. This is like, okay, I should talk about this. Because I've never, like, talked about this channel, like, publicly. Oh, hold on, let's see this AVGN video.
Then like 5 minutes later, the title screen comes up. And all of a sudden, the game starts. Had it not been for the music, I wouldn't even guess this is transfer. Take the joystick and try to shoot down as many Decepticons as you can. It gets monotonous pretty quick. One of the key commands, that is T for transfer, it just, well, makes you transfer. But it doesn't change anything, it's just first-person view, so you can't tell if you're trans or not. Look at this game. Yay, trans.
Wouldn't you think that a game based on the trance would have more an emphasis on action? Well, guess what? There was a trance game that was a side-scroller, but only in Japan.
Then, like 5 minutes later, the title screen comes up. And all
Okay, that gave me a chuckle. Should I just, like, do the rest of this tier list also? Should we, like, see how my opinions on these games have changed, maybe since I've thought about them, or if I've played them again recently? I guess we could do that real quick. It could be interesting. I'm probably gonna go through this quick, though, because, God, there's so much. WarioWare Touched is low B. We Play is, like, B. Also, no problem, Devi, if you decide to head off. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Call of Cthulhu is high A. Fuck you, Carnival Games. Action 52 exists. I'm not huge into Animal Crossing. Arms is Arms. Bad Rats. Bayonetta 2 is awesome. It's sad what happens in the next game. Bug Fable. This is good. That's really good. Mile for Me is okay. Celeste is a modern classic, I would say. Chrono Trigger is also a classic. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, I got scared for a second. DKC 2 is fucking awesome. Tropical Freeze is Bring It Home. Original DKC is great. Doom's pretty good. Yeah, at least nothing bad happened in it. Dragon Quest XI is a pretty sick RPG. Earthbound is one of my favorite games ever made. Pokemon Showdown, never played it. Game Dev Tycoon is, like, one of my favorite indie games. Half-Life was really fun. Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 were pretty dope. Come on. Come on. Listen, Hotel Mario really is just that bad. I wish it wasn't. Because it could be, like, conceptually, like, a pretty funny game with okay gameplay. Edge of Calamity was pretty solid. Both the Hyrule Warriors games are pretty solid. I might even put them in, like, low A, to be honest. Ice Hockey for the NES. Hope you enjoyed that one, everyone. Double Action is fun as hell. I get a kick out of Double Action. Katamari Damacy is pretty fun. Kirby Superstar is one of the best in the series, so that's pretty up there. Kirby's Adventure is probably the best NES game IMO. Luigi's Mansion 3, really cool. High B, for sure. Mario Kart DS is like a B tier. Mario Party 6 is like a B tier. Mother 3. Mother 3 is a JRPG classic. It really is that good. And there's Super Mario Bros. U, you can't go wrong with it. High B. I didn't like Nintendo Land that much. I don't think it was bad, though. It felt a little boneless, though. No More Heroes is pretty sick. I didn't finish Okami. Origami King was... Okay, Origami King is a game I don't necessarily have a huge want to replay, but, like, when I played it, I was really into it. It's like between low A and high B. I didn't finish Paranoia, Happiness is Mandatory. Justice for All is good, and so is the original. Both A tiers to me. Pokemon's alright. Pokemon Coliseum listen, I get why people would have problems with it. I am so fucking biased towards this game. I think Pokemon Coliseum whips ass. Pokemon Crystal's alright. Pokemon It's like, this and Super Mario World are my single favorite games of all time. I love them so much. and Pokemon Fire Red, like, that's gonna be up there. Like, pretty much any Generation 3 game is gonna be extremely high for me. Explorers of Sky is alright. So is Rescue Team DX. Pokemon Puzzle League. I mean, it's Panel de Pon. You can't go wrong with Panel de Pon. This is so much. Why the fuck did I stream this much? How the fuck did I stream enough that I still have this many games? I feel like my brain is frying. Pokemon Shield is, like, okay. It feels worse after Scarlet and Violet, though. Pokemon Yellow is alright, too. Portal 2 is great. I mean, Jackbox is always fun. Psychonauts 1 is alright. When did I stream Superman 64? That was in the first charity event I did. But I mean, obviously it's S+. I mean, it's Superman 64. No, I'm joking. That's... yeah. It's shit. But you knew that. You knew that. It's like punching down. Puyo Puyo Tetris is pretty good. Shadow the Hedgehog is a game I have become kinder to, but I think it's high C. Sonic Adventure 2, I mean, come on. If Sonic Adventure is S+ tier, Sonic Adventure 2 is easy S. Sonic Colors is alright. It's like a high B tier. I don't know how I made the tier maker do this, actually. Sandstorms and Scarvy are so fucked up. Your character is so sandy. Sonic Heroes, I still kind of love it. I love it less than I did when I was a kid. Sonic Mania is also like a modern classic. Like, come on, where is it? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Sonic Mania. You should not have had to touch those games. I'm so sorry. Splatoon 2 could be moved down here if Splatoon 3 became strictly better than it. But for now, like, Splatoon 2 feels like the best Splatoon experience, and I love Splatoon. I hope that Splatoon 3 does get updates, where I'm like, okay, yeah, this is the future. Spooky Jumpscare Mansion, I really like. It's one of my favorite horror games. I'm also not that well versed in horror. I love Super Mario 3D World. Easily my favorite Wii U game. My favorite, maybe my favorite 3D Mario. Galaxy comes close. Although, I gotta be honest, in the modern day, I fucking love Super Mario 64. I have kind of fallen in love with it. Like, something in my brain clicked, and I was like, wait, early 3D stuff is actually kind of dope. I used to think, like, a lot of early 3D games were like, oh, those are, like, so outdated and bad feeling. They feel even worse than, like, going from, like, SNES to NES. No, Super Mario 64 is just, like, really good, and also a lot of those early 3D games are still fun. You guys are just mean. And I was mean too, but I got better. How the fuck do I rate Super Mario All-Stars? It's just the first 3 Mario games. Why is that even there? Mario Brothers 3 is pretty damn good. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is also pretty damn good. Mario Galaxy is... it's an experience, man. Mario Maker 2, I probably would have put an S before. I'm gonna put it in A. Just because I feel like Nintendo dropped the ball with it a little bit. Just a little bit. It's still a great game, but I feel like they could have had, like, Mario Maker 2 could have been, like, one of the biggest games in the universe. Like, Mario Maker was a huge game for the Wii U. And it kind of feels like Mario Maker 2, despite selling better, never made the same impact. Like, it feels like by the time it came out, like, they had just lost the momentum, and it didn't seem like they were that interested in keeping it. Which is a shame, because the Mario Maker concept is great. I want to go back and play more Mario Maker, man. Especially because you don't know when Nintendo's going to be stupid and shut down the servers. Super Mario Odyssey is great. Super Mario Party's alright. It's fine. I want to put it lower, but I'm being mean. Sunshine, when you're in the thick of it, for the most part, is fine. There's just some annoying things about it. Again, Pokemon Emerald and Super Mario World mean so much to me. They're the two, like, they probably have influenced my video game taste more than anything else. Brawl is pretty good. So is Ultimate. You can't go wrong with either. Tetris 99 is fucking awesome. I still love Tetris 99. Panel de Pon also. Just really solid. Super Bobito. Man, I actually forgot I included Super Bobito World on this. That's really funny. Super Bobito World is not good. And it's, like, not even, like, that enjoyable, but it's also, like, a fascinating experience to me. And it also gave us the vocabulary word Bobito, which we just, like, have used to refer to dogs now. I don't even remember what caused me to first refer to my dogs as Bobitos. But they're my Bobitos now. Tamagotchi Life is easy S. Maybe even S+, honestly. Tamagotchi, they need to make one for the Switch right fucking now. Holy shit. Bobito is like a small animal, I think. Jammer Lammy, easy S tier. Undertale? It's like a high S. I almost want to put it in S+. I think I might. It's like obvious. In the modern day, who doesn't like Undertale? I feel like we had the edgy internet phase where a bunch of people were like, oh, Undertale wasn't that good. And then we got over it. I never bought into that shit. But I know a lot of people did. I was always like, no, yeah, Undertale is just, like, actually good, guys. Is it a perfect game? No. There's plenty of problems with Undertale. I don't think it's the perfect game that people were making it out to be, but here's the thing. I do not like things that are perfect. In fact, I think that if something was perfect, it'd probably also be boring. I think that, you know, things that are flawed, media that is flawed, you can really glean, like, the headspace of where the people creating it were at that point, you know? Especially when you get, like, small indie projects, like, you can really get into the mind of Toby Fox, like, where he was at when he made Undertale, where he's at with Deltarune. It's Undertale. You know it. You probably love it. It's a lot of fun. It's got a great cast of characters. Got that distinctive Toby Fox style. It's good. It's good. It's in the S+ tier for a reason. I put so much time into Undertale, even though they actively discouraged putting that much time into Undertale. Untitled Goose Game is good. WarioWare the original is good. Smooth moves. This might seem weird to some of you. Especially because last year we ended up skipping on the yearly WarioWare night. WarioWare Smooth Moves is an all-time classic. It's like my favorite Wii game, I think. It has tough competition with Mario Kart Wii, obviously, but WarioWare Smooth Moves is like the perfectly paced game. If it was any longer, I might get a little sick of it. If it was any shorter, I might be wishing for more. But it's just that perfect, like, hour-long experience that I could do over and over again. WarioWare Smooth Moves is awesome. Pokemon Black and White is good. It's really solid. Yoshi's Crafted World is a game. Yoshi's Crafted World is a game that I dislike the more I think about it. I think I probably would have put it, I probably would have put it in, like, B tier before, but now it's just, like, I don't know. Yoshi's Woolly World is pretty good, though. I think the problem is that I played Yoshi's Woolly World and I was like, yeah, this game's better. Your Turn to Die I haven't finished. YouTuber's Life I haven't finished, but, I mean, I think it honestly deserves the top spot up here. Personally. But I'll just never know unless I finish it. Zombies Ate My Neighbors is fucking sick. One of my favorite SNES games. It's very hard to beat. I think when I did the stream of it, I did not beat it either time. Or at least I think for the first stream of Zombies Ate My Neighbors I did, I had to use a cheat code to finish it. And then for the Zombies Ate My Neighbors plus Ghoul Patrol, I just kind of went until I got a game over, I think. Or maybe I didn't. I don't remember how far I got. But either way, it's good. LSD Dream Emulator is a really cool experience that I think anybody should have. Activision Blizzard tier. Okay, I don't think that's fair to Crash 4. And, like, listen, I've kind of matured, and, like, all video game companies are bad, yeah, but, like, Activision Blizzard feels especially bad, you know? It feels especially bad. But it's, like, fine. It's a fine game. I would put it in B tier. Donkey Kong Country 3 is also, like, a B tier game. It's fine. I can see how this could be someone's favorite DKC game, and I could also see how it would be someone's least favorite. Doom 64 is pretty dope. I'm putting it high A. I feel like maybe I would have put it as S before, but I feel like high A feels more right. Fuck you. Fuck you, Fire Emblem Fates. Fire Emblem Fates is the reason I have trust issues with this fucking franchise. Every time I see a new game announced, I think it's gonna be shit because the fucking specter of Fire Emblem Fates looms over it. Like, this is a game that is so bad that, like, a game series that I really enjoy, and enjoy the vast majority of the entries that I have played, even, like, the shitty, dumpy NES game, like, I still have, like, trust issues, and I'm like, oh, but what if this is, like, one of the bad ones? And it's like, dude, Fates is the bad one. That's the bad one. And no game has even come close in this series to being as bad as Fates is. But it's just like, it's like the thought always crosses me, and it crossed me the entire time I saw Engage. Is this just gonna be another Fates? Fuck you. Made for a good charity event, though. Even though that was also pretty hard on me. Because, I've said it before, I get bad seasonal depression during the summertime. So I got pretty burnt out after doing the Fates marathon, but it made for some fun streams, I would say. And I got everybody to finally understand why it's a bad video game. That's all I ever really wanted with life. Half-Life 2? Pretty great. Half-Life 2 Episode 1? I didn't enjoy it that much. I didn't hate it, but I didn't enjoy it that much. I just got a little frustrated playing it. Hypnospace Outlaw was really cool. That's, like, still, like, a really cool experience. Easy high A. Kirby 64 is S tier. I could maybe be convinced to put it in S+. But I think I would also have to move Pokemon Puzzle League up, because, like, I would say I probably enjoy Pokemon Puzzle League more as an N64 game. Mario Party 8, still great. Miitopia is sick. It's not Tamagotchi, but I mean, it's still great. I've actually been itching to replay Miitopia. The only problem is with the Switch port. I'm like, oh, but do I really want to delete one of my saves that I have? I can always use another account, but I'd have to get it on, like, a internet plan to use it. Monster Hunter Rise, I played 1 hour of. I made Gam Gam, though. That's not nothing. Everybody loves Gam Gam. If your favorite motherfucker Morgan character is Gam Gam, you are Vlad. No Pokemon Snap's pretty good. That's like a solid B. It's not as good as the original, but what could be? No More Heroes 2 is a game that I had a decent amount of fun playing, and then it's like, I got the full context of the series with Travis Strikes Again and No More Heroes 3, and after playing both of those, I'm like, man, No More Heroes 2 is like the worst one, and it's not even really close. Like, I don't know, in terms of, like, the fun I had, it's like a B tier, but in terms of, like, thinking about it, it's a C tier. Pac-Man 99 was a lot of fun. Pokemon Platinum is great. Pokemon XD is a Gen 3 game, so obviously. I respect that. I respect that opinion. They weren't ready for it. Why is Portal 2 here twice? Alright, well, this Portal 2 sucks. Can you imagine, like, someone walking into the stream, they say Portal 2 in the F tier, and they're like, wait, what happened? Why would Morgan hate Portal 2 so much? And then I scroll up, and Portal 2 is in, like, the A tier, and they're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And that's how I get them into, like, some Coco Melon shit. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, I like a lot. It's, like, high B tier. It's not perfect, but I like it. Sonic Generations, I mean, come on. It's Sonic Generations. I don't even have to say anything. Sonic Unleashed. It brings me great pleasure to put Sonic Unleashed in the C tier. Shadow the Hedgehog is better. In fact, I'm moving Shadow the Hedgehog up to B tier, because I put Sonic Unleashed in the C tier. So, Shadowheads, we have finally gotten a victory. Listen, it's, like, fine. You have to keep in mind this is also only the Wii version. I've never played the HD version. Maybe if I played the HD version, I'd change my mind completely on Sonic Unleashed. But with the context of the Wii game, it's a Dimps game. It is a Dimps game, in fact. Super Bomberman R Online. Okay, actually, I'm bringing back the sad tier. Super Bomberman R above anything else is a game that makes me sad. Fuck you, Konami. Super Mario Bros. 2 is probably my favorite of the original trilogy. No, it definitely is. Listen, Super Mario Bros. 3 is great. Oh, Super Mario Bros. 3 is also here twice. You're in the sad tier because I fucked up. Both of these get in the sad tier because I fucked up. Mario Bros. 1 is pretty good. That's an old NES platformer. Mario Land 2's alright. Mario Land's alright. Yoshi's Island is a game that gets better with every replay. I could maybe one day be convinced to put Yoshi's Island in S+ tier, I think. As it stands, though, Yoshi's Island is a fantastic 2D platformer. And it's fucked up to me that basically every other time they've tried to make a Yoshi game, it's just, like, considerably worse. And it's, like, worse in a way where it's, like, not unique enough where I could kind of get past that. Like, Yoshi's Woolly World is a fine game. But it's so derivative and just, it does not reach the same highs as the original Yoshi's Island that I'm like, I don't know. It's, like, fine, it's a good game, but I do not understand how they've been meandering with the Yoshi series for this long now. How have we not gotten a Yoshi game, like, nearly as good as the original? Bloodstained Curse of the Moon is pretty dope. It's a pretty good Castlevania-like. Creepypasta Land. New tier name. Fire Emblem Echoes is... It is a deeply flawed game in that it is a kind of faithful remake of an NES game, at least in terms of, like, level design. And listen, those levels are rough. Everything else about Fire Emblem Echoes just brings me so much joy. It is easily my favorite Fire Emblem. I almost want to put it in S+, but I'm going to put it at the top of S tier with, like, Mother 3, Chrono Trigger, and Final Fantasy VII. This top of S tier of, like, games that are on the cusp is really JRPG heavy, huh? But I love Fire Emblem Echoes. It has a gorgeous art style. It has really fun characters. Like, despite the kind of poo-poo level design, it's still, like, really fun. I remember when I did that stream, I thought I was gonna have a worse time when I returned to it, and then I was like, no, it was pretty smooth sailing from there. I just had, like, a couple really bad maps that made me go, like, okay, I need a little bit of a break from this game. But I don't know. It's not perfect, and it's gotten me frustrated before, but it just hits different, man, you know? It just hits different. And it's like, it's nice that I can recommend a Fire Emblem, like a modern Fire Emblem to people, and not have to be like, oh, by the way, it has this, like, weird shit in it. Do you want to hear about the weird shit? It's because Fire Emblem Echoes doesn't have S support in it. That's what it boils down to. Gartic Phone? I mean, you can't go wrong with Gartic Phone with friends. I would even put it in S tier with Jackbox, to be honest. Geotastic was pretty fun. Kirby's Epic Yarn is pretty fun. I put it high B tier. Same with Return to Dreamland. You could maybe convince me to put them higher. Mario Party Superstars is a great Mario Party. Metal Gear Solid I didn't finish, sorry. No More Heroes 3, man. Holy shit. What an absolute, like, love letter of a game that is. No More Heroes 3 feels like such a lovingly crafted game. Like, listen. It's cheap. It's not great. It's not greatly optimized on the Switch, but, like, there are not a whole lot of games where I play them and I think to myself, man, they must have had so much fun making this. No More Heroes 3 is a game where I play it and I think, man, they must have had so much fun making this. Parappa 2, come on. It's Parappa. This game and Lammy are classics. Parappa 1 is lower for having the chicken, but I didn't stream that anyways. Fuck that chicken. BDSP are fine. I think that people were a little harsh to them. I enjoyed them. I played Shining Pearl recently. I think that Ilka should have been allowed to cook more. That's what I think. I think that the problem with Pokemon BDSP is that they had, like, weird restrictions put on them, for sure. Like, there's no way that Ilka, like, designed that game and had all these, like, crazy boss fights, and then they were like, yeah, we should have shared EXP, so it barely matters until, like, the Pokemon League. They had their chefs cooking in the kitchen, and then the Pokemon Company, like, dumped sugar in there, even though they were cooking a steak. And listen, this is partially speculatory. I'll admit that much. But I feel like Ilka couldn't have been the ones to be like, this needs shared EXP. And I feel like that is the major problem with it. Like, yeah, it mitigates the grinding, but there's also, like, nothing to grind for anymore except, like, the Pokemon League. That would be the only thing that's truly hard with the shared EXP in mind. I don't know. Pokemon Snap is great. Just a really fun time on the N64. Pony Island is also great. I had a lot of fun with that. Really interesting, short little game. Quake was good until that last episode that really pissed me off, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I'd like to play more of it at some point. Resident Evil 4 is great. I hope that the remake is at least as good. I mean, it'll be hard to beat. I know that Resident Evil 4 is, like, one of the most beloved games in the franchise, but listen, at least come close. Don't make this a Final Fantasy VII remake thing where I play it and then I'm like, man, this makes me wish I was playing the original instead. Fuck you, man. Don't make me look at this shit. Can you believe that Sonic the Hedgehog has so many games in this tier, and also, like, this many games in, like, these tiers? Dude, Meta. Hi, it's me, Mark Zuckerberg, with my Meta company. Welcome to the Metaverse, everybody, where you could be anybody you want. You could be this poo emoji. Do you like to poo? Dude, I keep contributing poos to my own tier list. Hold on, I'm gonna send this in chat. Can you all click on the poo? Real quick. Can you all do this for me? You could also make your own if you want. If you really want to rank, like, the shit ton of games I've played on stream. Sporkle and Tabletop Simulator are hard to rate. I don't think I will rate them because it's based on the quality of the quizzes or the tabletop games. Why did you put Among Us in F? I don't know, probably when, like, people were being really annoying about it. Dude, Amogus! You put Super Bobito World in S? Deserved. Honestly, I think I was a little harsh on Super Bobito World. I don't think it's an F tier. I got enjoyment out of it, in, like, a non-ironic sense. Super Bobito World goes in Force's heads, where it's, like, impossible to rate my enjoyment of these. Like, it's impossible to say where I would place these on the tier list, because they could be all the way at the bottom, but they could also be all the way at the top, though. Tetris Effect is, like, a really nice Tetris game. Tetris 99 it kind of outsold, but Tetris Effect is awesome. Legendary Starfy is a game I still really like. High A tier. I think it's a little slower than I prefer these days, but I I have a fondness for it. It's really cute. I wish they did more with Starfy, but he just disappeared after this game. Dude, it was like the first Starfy game they localized, and then they didn't do it again. Fucking Nintendo. Travis Strikes Again is pretty solid. I gotta keep it real with y'all. Travis Strikes Again is... It's another game where it's like, it's flawed, for sure. But I think if you're the kind of person that it resonate with you, it really resonates with you. And I feel like I'm getting to that with it. Slowly but surely. It's a great game, and I think it's worth playing. I mean, you might as well. It's important to No More Heroes 3. WarioWare Get It Together is awesome. I think I might put it in S tier, honestly. I love WarioWare Get It Together. I played so much of it when it came out. I have like 70 hours in this game. Which is fucking crazy because it's WarioWare Get It Together. The game's like 2 hours long. I think the only WarioWare game I could have feasibly played more is Smooth Moves. Any other WarioWare, it doesn't even come close. Yume Nikki was a really nice experience. I'm glad I got to play it. It's like a really, really cool, like... It's similar to LSD Dream Emulator. I would classify it as more of an experience than, like, obviously it's a video game. Obviously it's a video game. It couldn't be anything but I feel like calling it an experience, like, makes more sense in a way. Because it's like, you're not really doing too much in Yume Nikki except, like, walking around and exploring these, like, weird locales, but that's what's cool about it. Sometimes games that are just, like, walking around looking at cool stuff, those are like, really fun to experience. That's what I liked about LSD, it's what I like about Yume Nikki. Yuppie Psycho was great. I think I might put that in A tier, honestly. I was thinking, like, maybe B, but honestly, it's a great survival horror game. Like, really fun. Fortnite? These three are crossing over with Fortnite. Bendy is easy to put in F tier. I feel nothing towards Bendy. I have been very mean to Baldi's Basics over the years. And it would be so easy for me to do it again and put Baldi in F tier right now. And I could do that, and I would be telling you all, yeah, I think that Baldi's Basics is a creatively bankrupt piece of shit. And I would be being dishonest. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's not for me at all, but it's fine. I would even say that if you played, like, if you play it, you'll have a good time with it, more likely than not. Because it's not like a poorly designed piece of shit or anything. It's competently made, and the developer clearly seems passionate about it. They care about the product they're making. Yeah, it's just some guy's silly project that exploded. And really, the reaction to Baldi is more what made me annoyed than Baldi's Basics itself. I still don't find it that fun, but I have more respect for it. It's still going in C tier, though. I'm not gonna lie to you and pretend like I'd put it higher, but I think that I would also be lying to you if I put it in the F tier and said, like, yeah, Baldi's Basics is as bad as Superman 64. Come on. Honestly, like, the F tier, like, none of these Sonic games are as bad as, like, Superman 64, but they made me upset, and I like Sonic. So that's a bigger crime than Superman 64. Like, oh yeah, Superman 64 is like one of the worst video games ever made. Well, yeah, but Fire Emblem Fates made me upset that I spent a lot of money on it. So it deserves the same spot. Because I didn't pay for Superman 64. I don't care about, like, superheroes that much. But yeah, this is my tier list. You know what? I think the JRPGs get moved up. I thought about it, and I'm like, they deserve it. Everything else is staying, though, because it would take far too long for me to assess all of it. But the JRPGs have had their day. But yeah, that's my tier list. Let's slowly scroll through them. If you agree with my picks, be sure to say so. If you don't agree with my picks, be sure to send me death threats. If you want. You don't have to, but you could. I don't know why you would, but you could. You'll probably get banned. I also like to believe that this tier list is a reflection of the fact that I really don't like to stream games I don't like. Like, I like to stream video games that I think are good, you know? Like, every so often I'll play a piece of shit game for, like, a joke. But for the most part, I like to believe that on this stream, I play a lot of great games and I get to show them off to you all. Like, that's what I want to do with these streams, is to be able to play some great games for you guys, and maybe either it's a game you already enjoy and you're, like, super into getting someone else's experience, or maybe you see it and you're like, wow, this actually might be an all-time classic, and you try it out for yourself. Video games are awesome. I always, this has been my main hobby my entire life. Video games aren't art. Like, not even, like, I don't even care about, like, are video games art, like, argument, because it's like, yeah, obviously, but, like, that doesn't really matter. If someone thinks, like, video games are a piece of shit that, like, are a product of the devil, like, I don't give a shit about that, because it's something I enjoy. You don't have to enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's just one of those things where it's not a particularly, like, what's the term? It's not a particularly, like, productive argument. Because it's like some of the people who argue very much for video games being art are the kind of people who don't appreciate a lot of the artistic value that goes into them. And a lot of the people who think video games are a piece of shit are the kind of people that will never really be convinced that video games are an art form. So it's an argument that everybody has already made their minds up on, and it doesn't matter. That's my opinion on the bullshit. That's my opinion on the discourse. Art is video games. True. True. Yeah, you're not gonna convince people one way or the other. Everybody's already made their mind up. Some of the people who, like, listen, and here's the thing, and this is gonna be a little mean sounding. A lot of the people who would deny video games as an art form are, like, dying anyways. They're all, like, old as shit, so it doesn't matter. Obviously, they're not gonna think video games are art. When they were born, like, video games didn't fucking exist. Pong didn't even exist yet. So, like, yeah, they'd see this. They'd see something that started as, like, primarily a thing for games. Like, is Pong art? Yes. But are you gonna convince, like, someone, like, old as fuck that Pong is art? Probably not. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're gonna look at you and they're gonna think you're a little crazy, is all. But yeah, that's my opinions. That's my hot takes. Anything in the S tier, S plus tier is like, if I was gonna make a bingo of favorite games of all time, these would be on there. And it wouldn't even be like an argument. Yeah, it's the same people who think animated films can only be for children. Although they seem to have more of a stranglehold on that. I feel like that discourse is still, like, pretty mainstream, to be honest. I feel like there's still a lot of people in the mainstream who would be like, yeah, animated films are for children. Probably doesn't help. Like, honestly, if there were less Disney adults, this would be easier to settle. I blame the Disney adults. Like, can you like animated films in a less embarrassing way? Sorry, I'm just being mean now. If you go to the Louvre and ask to play the Mona Lisa, they have to let you. This is factually true. I don't know how it hasn't gotten stolen. But yeah, those are my video game opinions. Hope you enjoyed them. I still want to do more this stream, honestly. Disney adults versus DreamWorks children. It's literally like Disney adults versus DreamWorks children is like the one video that's like the guy yelling, and then next to him is like the dude who's like super chiseled and he's just like posing. That's the DreamWorks children. But yeah, video games are awesome, guys. I like video games. I don't know if you knew this. Alright, what do I want to do now for a bit? Because here's the thing. Unless I'm able to stream in the morning, I'm not going to be able to stream again until next Tuesday. It's just so far away. That's like 3 days. Actually, it's like... Yeah, it is 3 days. That's so long. But I guess I'll have to get used to that, because my work schedule is usually weekends. But sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it isn't, though. Okay. I came up with a new bit. Let's finally figure it out. Who is Gay Furby? Seriously, who was that? I don't know. I don't know. You are? Oh, shit. Trick question? No trick here. Swagger 2? True. True. I wonder how Swagger 2's doing. Honestly, Swagger 2 may be the most humble guy I know. Last year was his year, and he barely even tweeted. Actually, he hasn't tweeted since May. Is he okay? Well, he did the face reveal. Oh, wait, that was also in May. Shit. Wait, is Swagger 2, like, good? I'm just realizing I don't remember the last time I heard from Swagger 2. Uh-oh. It's okay. He'll come back on a random Swagger Tuesday. And he'll swag all over us. Swagger 2 is gone. Don't say that shit. Do you know how bad it, like, do you know how much worse things would be if Swagger 2 was gone? He's okay, but he died. I mean, he did die before, to be fair, actually. That's what he said anyways, was that he died, but he came back to life. Can we all clap and play and sing already? Can we do this? I think that's the new bit. Maybe or not. Well, you know what? Since we voted on it, what if we started Pokemon Black and White tonight? Again, I want these streams to be longer anyways, since there's gonna be less of them. And also, I can stay up later anyways, because my job requires me to stay up late. We could do it. I could probably just grab one of the ROMs from my computer. Grab my DS cart, true. I think we'll do it. I think we will do it. We're gonna start Pokemon Black and White. I think there's no better way to start the year than with a Pokemon game. And plus, did you guys know that this is technically the 4th anniversary of the stream, but this would be year 5 of streams in general. So isn't it fitting that we do Pokemon Gen 5? Which one it's gonna be? I have to see which ones I have. Because what if I don't have the right one? Also, do I even have the emulator? Well, I have the emulator for it somewhere on this old hard drive. Not that I would ever emulate. That's just what I call my 3DS. Okay? All right, that's just my. It's just the name of my 3DS. I'm very attached to it, so I refuse to change the name, even if it looks bad. All right. Okay, hold on. Do we want to do Pokemon Black or White? Should we do a poll in chat? Should we do a rigged poll in chat? I think we will. Alright, you have 1 minute to decide. Which will we do? Pokemon Black or Pokemon White? You are free to rig the vote as much as you want. White is pushing through a lot. There is some big rigging for Pokemon White, although Black is catching up. Ooh. We have to use Ducklet. You're so right. I'm sorry to all the Oshawott heads, but our water type definitely has to be Ducklet. Ooh. Ooh, Pokemon Black is caught up. Oh my god. We have to use Ducklet. We have to name him Fucklet. So that means you know what? Preemptively, we will name we will choose between Snivy and Tepig, I think. And Pokemon Black is our winner. Do I not have Pokemon Black downloaded? I do. Never mind. Not that I would ever download games. Alright, I that's just what I call owning them. You did it because Murkrow is in the post game? Salute. Salute to our troops. You voted black because Reshiram is fluffy. I respect that. Pokemon Black is the version I actually grew up with. We can't use Tepig either. We're choosing Snivy. Here's why. I want to use Victini. Victini is my favorite mythical. And it would just really suck for me if we didn't use Victini. So, Smugleaf kind of wins automatically by us accidentally already having 2 Pokemon that are relevant to my interests. If I catch a Yamask or electric Pokemon of some kind, can we name it Hexadecimal? Sure, if you remind me, I will. Cofagrigus is kind of slow, but... Oh, that's true! I don't remember if this is when Pokemon names go up to 12 yet or not, or if that's X and Y. That might be X and Y. We'll see. We'll see when we open up the game. Version exclusives are Gothita and Volibee. Gothita's kind of cool. Gothitel's a little cool. Volibee, not so much. I'm not a huge fan of it. Alright, let us get started with the first official stream playthrough of the year, Pokemon Black version.